Hello there and welcome. Where curiosity settles in quietly, the world slows down a little, and we explore the kinds of places and ideas that invite calm reflection before sleep. Tonight, the journey takes us somewhere both beautiful and serious. A stretch of land that has inspired thousands of people to lace up their boots, shoulder a pack, and step away from crowded roads. We are heading toward the Appalachian Backcountry, a vast network of forests, ridges, valleys, and long walking trails that seem peaceful at first glance, yet sometimes hold stories that don't end the way anyone expects. This is not about fear or drama. It is about understanding. The Appalachian Wilderness is one of the most visited hiking regions in the world. Millions walk there every year without incident. Yet occasionally someone sets out along a trail and simply does not return when expected. Search teams mobilize, families wait, and questions linger longer than anyone would like. It is a quiet kind of mystery, not cinematic, not exaggerated, just real life unfolding in terrain that does not bend itself around human plans. If you imagine these mountains, you might picture gentle green slopes, autumn leaves turning red and gold, streams crossing old paths, and the kind of quiet that feels comforting after a long day. And often, that is exactly what hikers experience. But the same landscape that offers calm also demands respect. The terrain is older than most mountain ranges on Earth. Weather changes quickly, trails can vanish into undergrowth. Distances feel different when you carry everything you need on your back. Before we wander further into this topic, there is something quietly fitting to ask. Where are you listening from tonight? And what kind of landscape surrounds you right now? Maybe a city street glowing under lamps. Maybe a small town where things settle early. Maybe somewhere rural where darkness comes without much warning. The contrast between your surroundings and those distant Appalachian forests might already shape how you picture what we're about to explore. And if this kind of slow, thoughtful exploration helps you relax, unwind, or simply learn something new at a gentle pace, a like or subscription helps this small corner of calm reach others who might appreciate the same atmosphere. No rush, of course, just a quiet invitation. Now, when people think about hikers going missing, there is often an assumption that something dramatic must have happened. A sudden accident, a dangerous animal, or some unusual event. In reality, the explanation is often simpler, though not always obvious. The Appalachian Backcountry covers enormous distances. The Appalachian Trail alone stretches roughly 3,500 kilometers from Georgia to Maine. Beyond that famous route lie countless side trails, old logging roads, wildlife tracks, and unmarked areas that blend together visually. Someone stepping off a main path, even briefly, can find themselves surrounded by terrain that looks almost identical in every direction. Trees repeat, rocks repeat, small ridges resemble one another. Without clear reference points, orientation becomes harder than most people expect. And unlike urban environments, there are rarely signs, lights, or distant traffic noise to guide someone back. There is also a subtle, psychological factor. Many hikers go into the wilderness specifically to disconnect from constant digital signals. Phones stay off or lose reception. GPS devices help, but batteries drain. Maps help, but only if used consistently. Confidence sometimes replaces caution, especially for those who have hiked successfully before. Experience can be an advantage, but it can also create routine. Routine sometimes leads people to skip small safety steps. A decision like not marking a turn mentally or assuming a familiar path continues unchanged can matter more than expected. Another piece of the picture involves how time behaves outdoors. A short detour can expand into hours before someone notices. Light fades earlier in forested valleys. Temperatures drop quickly after sunset, even in seasons that feel warm during the day. What begins as a pleasant afternoon walk can shift into a navigation problem once visibility changes. It is worth remembering that the Appalachian region is not one single landscape. It spans multiple states, climates, elevations, and ecological zones. Southern sections may feel humid and thick with vegetation. Northern sections can present rocky terrain and colder conditions. In between lie countless variations. Each area has its own risks, none necessarily extreme on their own, yet all capable of compounding. Water sources illustrate this well. Streams appear frequently on maps, but seasonal changes affect flow. A stream marked clearly last year might be reduced to a trickle during a dry period. Planning based on outdated assumptions can lead to dehydration faster than anticipated, particularly during long hikes with elevation gain. Then there is simple fatigue. Walking uneven ground for hours taxes muscles differently than flat surfaces. Decision-making changes subtly when someone is tired. Navigation mistakes become more likely. Reaction times slow. None of this feels dramatic in the moment. It feels gradual, almost ordinary, which is partly why it catches people off guard. Search and rescue professionals often point out that many incidents begin with a chain of small factors rather than one large event. Slightly incorrect direction, minor weather shift, a missed trail marker, a later than planned start. Each factor alone is manageable. Together they create situations that are harder to resolve quickly. Communication delays add another layer. In urban settings, help can be minutes away. In remote Appalachian terrain, reaching someone may require hours or days. Teams coordinate carefully, covering large areas methodically. Terrain complexity slows movement. Helicopters help in some cases, but dense canopy often limits visibility from above. Despite all this, the appeal of the Appalachian backcountry remains strong for good reason. The forests offer biodiversity, quiet space, and a sense of scale that many people rarely experience elsewhere. Long-distance hikers often describe a mental clarity that develops after days away from constant digital input. It is not mystical. It is simply the effect of sustained focus on basic tasks like walking, navigating, eating, resting, and observing surroundings. There is also a historical dimension. Indigenous peoples lived in these mountains for thousands of years before modern hiking culture existed. Later, settlers, traders, and naturalists traversed similar routes. Old paths sometimes overlap with modern trails, though not always clearly marked. The sense of continuity is part of what draws people in. Yet history also reminds us that wilderness travel has always required preparation. Earlier travelers relied on deep environmental knowledge passed through generations. Modern hikers often rely more on equipment and technology. Both approaches have strengths. Both require awareness. Interestingly, most people who go missing in the Appalachian region are eventually found. Many simply lose the trail temporarily and reorient themselves. Others are located by search teams after planned check-ins are missed. Some incidents end with nothing more than an unexpected overnight stay and a story to tell later. But there are cases where resolution takes longer and occasionally answers remain incomplete. Those instances tend to receive more attention, even though they represent a small fraction of overall visits. Human attention naturally gravitates toward unresolved situations. Terrain complexity explains part of this. Forest density can conceal tracks quickly. Weather erases signs. Wildlife activity alters ground surfaces. Streams shift debris. What looks permanent to a casual observer often changes subtly week to week. Another factor involves how people perceive distance outdoors. A kilometre on a map does not always feel like a kilometre on steep, uneven ground. Time estimates become unreliable. Someone planning to return before dark may misjudge pace slightly and end up navigating in low light. Low light affects depth perception. Roots, rocks, and small drops become harder to see. Injuries in such conditions are more likely. Even minor injuries can reduce mobility enough to complicate return plans. Clothing and gear choices matter here. Layers help regulate temperature, but carrying too little insulation increases risk after sunset. Extra water adds weight, but insufficient water reduces endurance. Balancing these variables is part of outdoor planning that becomes easier with practice. There is also the social dimension. Solo hiking offers independence, yet removes immediate assistance if something goes wrong. Group hiking distributes knowledge and resources, though it introduces coordination challenges. Neither approach is inherently safer in all situations. Context matters. Maps deserve a brief mention as well. Digital maps are convenient, but physical maps remain valuable backups. Battery failure happens, moisture affects electronics. Paper kept dry remains readable. Compass skills complement maps. They are simple tools, yet increasingly unfamiliar to people accustomed to automatic navigation. The Appalachian backcountry does not intend harm. It simply exists according to natural conditions. Human schedules, expectations, and comfort zones do not shape its behavior. Accepting that reality helps reduce risk. Wildlife encounters, often imagined dramatically, are statistically rare causes of serious incidents. Animals usually avoid humans. More common challenges involve terrain, weather, navigation, and endurance. Those factors are less sensational but more influential. Seasonal variation adds another layer. Spring brings a variable weather and swollen streams. Summer brings heat and insects. Autumn offers clear views but shorter daylight hours. Winter introduces snow, ice, and navigation difficulties where trails become obscured. Each season requires slightly different preparation. Even experienced hikers continue learning. Many adjust habits after close calls, carrying an extra light source, marking waypoints more carefully, checking forecasts twice instead of once. These adjustments accumulate quietly, shaping safer practices over time. And yet, despite careful preparation, uncertainty remains part of wilderness travel. That uncertainty is often what makes the experience meaningful. It encourages attentiveness. It reminds people of scale beyond daily routines. Thinking about all this does not need to create anxiety. Awareness usually reduces anxiety. Understanding how environments work tends to make them more approachable, not less. As we continue exploring this topic, attention naturally turns toward the land itself. The Appalachian Mountains are among the oldest mountain ranges on the planet, worn down over hundreds of millions of years. Their rounded profiles reflect that age. Beneath those gentle shapes lies geological history older than most visible landscapes elsewhere. That age influences soil composition, vegetation patterns, and drainage systems. Trails follow contours shaped long before human presence. Valleys direct weather patterns. Forest types vary according to elevation and latitude. These physical characteristics quietly shape every hiking experience there. So as the picture widens, it becomes less about isolated incidents and more about understanding a complex environment where beauty and challenge coexist. That balance has always defined wilderness travel, long before modern recreation. From here, the story naturally moves toward the mountains themselves, their history, their formation, and how their age still shapes the way people move through them today, because the land sets the stage long before any hiker takes the first step along a quiet trail. When people first encounter the Appalachian backcountry, whether through photographs, travel stories, or their own first steps on a trail, the dominant impression is usually calm. The mountains are not jagged in the dramatic way of younger ranges. They rise in long, rounded ridges covered with dense forest. Streams wind through hollows. Mist settles into valleys in the early morning, giving everything a softened appearance. It feels welcoming, manageable, even gentle, and in many ways it is. Thousands of hikers, campers, researchers, and nature enthusiasts move through these landscapes every year without difficulty. Trails are maintained in many areas. Shelters exist along major routes. Maps are widely available. Outdoor communities share advice openly. Compared with extreme alpine environments, the Appalachians can appear approachable. That first impression, however, can mask how extensive and complex this region really is. The Appalachian mountain system stretches roughly from the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador down through the eastern United States to Alabama. Within that span lie multiple subranges, forests, national parks, state lands, private holdings, and vast sections of backcountry where infrastructure thins quickly. The famous Appalachian Trail alone passes through 14 US states, and it represents only a fraction of the total terrain. Scale is one of the defining characteristics here. Distances accumulate quietly. A map might show several ridgelines stacked close together, yet walking them involves elevation changes, uneven footing, and weather exposure that slow progress significantly. Someone accustomed to urban walking speeds often discovers that trail distances demand more time than expected. Vegetation contributes to that sense of scale. Forest density varies by region, but many Appalachian sections feature thick undergrowth. Rhododendron, mountain laurel, ferns, hardwood saplings, and fallen timber can make off-trail movement difficult. Visibility drops quickly once you leave a maintained path. Even experienced hikers sometimes underestimate how disorienting that can be. Sound behaves differently there as well. In cities, distant traffic, voices, or machinery provide constant orientation cues. In dense forest, those cues disappear. Wind in leaves, water over rocks, and occasional wildlife sounds replace them. The quiet can feel peaceful, but it also removes familiar reference points. When people lose direction, the absence of sound markers contributes to confusion. Weather patterns add another layer. The Appalachian region sits where several climatic influences meet. Moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, Atlantic weather systems, and continental air masses interact across the mountain chain. Conditions can shift within hours. Clear mornings sometimes become foggy afternoons. Warm days may end with sudden temperature drops after sunset. Fog deserves special mention because it appears frequently at higher elevations. Cloud cover can descend to ground level, reducing visibility dramatically. Trails that seemed obvious earlier become harder to follow. Landmarks disappear. Navigation relies more heavily on compass work or GPS devices when visual cues fade. Rainfall is another constant. The Appalachians receive substantial precipitation throughout the year. Trails become muddy, streams swell, rocks turn slick. Wet clothing accelerates heat loss when temperatures fall. None of this is extreme in isolation, yet combined factors increase fatigue and slow movement. Then there is the matter of terrain underfoot. Appalachian trails often involve roots, loose stones, uneven rock slabs, and occasional steep sections. Unlike paved paths, they require continuous attention. Small slips are common. Most result only in brief stumbles, but cumulative strain affects ankles, knees, and overall endurance. Water crossings also vary widely. Some are bridged. Others require stepping stones or shallow wading. After heavy rain, crossings that were simple days earlier may become challenging. Assessing water depth and current safely takes experience. Moving water carries more force than it appears to at first glance. Seasonal changes shift conditions further. Spring thaw produces muddy trails and swollen streams. Summer heat and humidity increase dehydration risk. Autumn shortens daylight hours and covers trails with leaves that conceal obstacles. Winter introduces snow, ice, and trail obscuration. Each season carries distinct considerations. Despite these challenges, the aesthetic appeal remains strong. Sunlight filtering through hardwood canopies creates shifting patterns. Birdsong varies by region and season. Wildflowers appear in spring. Full foliage attracts visitors worldwide. These elements explain why people keep returning. It is important to note that the term backcountry itself implies reduced infrastructure. Front country areas include visitor centres, paved roads, marked viewpoints, and staffed facilities. Backcountry areas gradually lose those features. Cell reception fades. Emergency response times increase. Self-sufficiency becomes more important. Preparation, therefore, is less about fear and more about realism. Carrying sufficient water, food, navigation tools, weather protection, and communication backups improves outcomes significantly. Many experienced hikers treat preparation as routine rather than extraordinary. Group travel introduces its own dynamics. Shared resources and knowledge help, yet groups must maintain cohesion. Faster walkers may move ahead. Slower members may fall behind. Communication becomes essential to avoid separation. Simple habits like periodic head counts and agreed meeting points reduce risk. Solo hikers often report deeper immersion in the environment. They move at their own pace and make independent decisions. That autonomy appeals to many people. It also means no immediate assistance if problems arise. Balancing independence with caution becomes part of the experience. Technology plays a growing role. Satellite messengers allow emergency communication beyond cell coverage. GPS devices improve navigation accuracy. Weather apps provide forecasts. At the same time, reliance on electronics introduces vulnerabilities like battery depletion, device malfunction, or signal limitations in dense canopy. Traditional skills retain value alongside modern tools. Reading topographic maps, recognizing terrain features, pacing distance, and observing environmental clues complement digital navigation. Redundancy in navigation methods remains a widely recommended practice. Another factor that sometimes surprises visitors is how quickly daylight disappears under forest canopy. Even before sunset, dense foliage reduces light levels. Headlamps or flashlights become necessary earlier than expected. Carrying extra batteries becomes practical rather than excessive. Night navigation itself requires different awareness. Depth perception shifts. Trail markers reflect light differently. Fatigue accumulates. Many hikers plan schedules specifically to avoid traveling after dark unless necessary. Wildlife presence contributes to the character of the region without usually posing major threats. Black bears inhabit many Appalachian areas, yet encounters rarely become dangerous when proper food storage and distance practices are followed. Smaller animals like raccoons, rodents, and insects create more frequent nuisances than large mammals. Insects deserve brief acknowledgement. Mosquitoes, ticks, and biting flies vary seasonally. Protective clothing and repellents help. Tick awareness, in particular, matters due to disease transmission risks. Routine checks after hikes are standard advice. Water quality varies. Some streams are safe after filtration, others require treatment. Carrying purification systems prevents gastrointestinal illness, which can become serious when far from assistance. Temperature regulation remains a constant consideration. Appalachian humidity affects how the body cools itself. Sweating without adequate hydration leads to fatigue quickly. Conversely, damp clothing combined with cooler air accelerates chilling. Layering systems address both issues. The psychological aspect of vast landscapes also deserves attention. Large natural environments can evoke strong emotional responses. Some people feel calm, others feel uneasy when familiar structures disappear. Neither reaction is unusual. Awareness of personal comfort levels informs better planning. Time perception shifts outdoors as well. Without clocks, schedules rely on daylight cues and internal pacing. Some hikers find that liberating. Others underestimate how long tasks take. Setting turnaround times before departure helps maintain safety margins. Trail maintenance varies by location. Volunteer organizations handle much of it. Storm damage, fallen trees, erosion, and vegetation growth continuously alter conditions. Recent reports often provide more accurate information than old guidebooks. Historical human activity has shaped parts of the region. Old mining sites, logging roads, and abandoned settlements occasionally appear. These remnants add interest but also complexity to navigation, because unofficial paths branch unpredictably. Cultural history intersects with natural history throughout the Appalachians. Indigenous land use, colonial expansion, industrial development, and modern conservation efforts all left marks. Understanding that layered history deepens appreciation for the landscape's current form. Environmental conservation plays a significant role today. National parks, wilderness designations, and protected areas aim to preserve ecosystems while allowing responsible recreation. Leave no trace principles guide many outdoor communities to minimize impact. That principle includes waste management, campsite selection, fire control, and respect for wildlife. Small actions accumulate across millions of visitors. Awareness helps maintain conditions for future hikers. Despite careful stewardship, unpredictability remains inherent to natural environments. Sudden storms, unexpected trail obstructions, and wildlife movement continue regardless of planning. Flexibility becomes a valuable skill. Flexibility also means adjusting goals. Turning back early, changing routes, or extending rest stops are signs of good judgment rather than failure. Outdoor culture increasingly emphasizes decision-making over endurance alone. Many experienced hikers describe a gradual shift in mindset. Early trips focus on distance and achievement. Later trips often emphasize observation, pacing, and environmental awareness. That evolution reduces risk naturally. Education programs reflect this trend. Outdoor clubs, park services, and educational organizations provide navigation courses, wilderness first aid training, and environmental awareness workshops. Participation has grown steadily. Search and rescue professionals consistently note that preparation correlates strongly with positive outcomes. Carrying emergency supplies, informing others of plans, and maintaining realistic itineraries reduce incident severity. Still, Even well-prepared individuals encounter unexpected situations occasionally. That reality keeps humility present in outdoor communities. Confidence balanced with caution tends to characterize experienced hikers. As this picture continues to develop, attention begins to drift toward how old these mountains truly are, and how that deep geological history shapes everything from soil to vegetation to weather patterns. The Appalachians may look gentle compared with the younger mountain ranges, yet their age carries its own set of characteristics that quietly influence every step taken there. An understanding that long history helps explain why the landscape behaves the way it does when people move through it. When people stand on an Appalachian ridge for the first time, what often strikes them is how different these mountains look compared with the dramatic peaks seen in postcards from places like the Alps or the Rockies. The slopes here are rounded. The summits rarely appear sharp. Valleys seem wide rather than steep. It gives an impression of age, even to someone without geological training. That impression turns out to be accurate. The Appalachian Mountains are among the oldest major mountain systems still visible on Earth, shaped by processes that began hundreds of millions of years before humans existed, long before mammals, even before the first dinosaurs. To understand how these mountains came to look the way they do, it helps to picture the planet not as fixed and stable, but as constantly moving on a timescale far beyond everyday experience. The Earth's crust is divided into tectonic plates that shift slowly over millions of years. Continents collide, separate, slide past each other, and occasionally fold upward into mountain chains. The Appalachians form through several of these collisions, each event layering complexity onto what already existed. One of the earliest major mountain building periods connected to this region occurred roughly 480 million years ago, during what geologists call the Taconic orogeny. At that time, the edge of an ancient continent collided with a volcanic island arc. The impact compressed seabed sediments upward, forming early mountain structures. Imagine ocean floor layers slowly buckling and rising, transforming into land where none had existed before. Later collisions followed. The Akkadian orogeny, around 400 million years ago, involved another continental fragment pressing into what would become eastern North America. Then came the Alleghenian orogeny about 300 million years ago, when the supercontinent Pangaea formed as Africa and North America collided. That event produced mountains believed to rival the Himalayas in height at their peak. Of course, those towering heights did not remain. Erosion began almost immediately. Wind, rain, ice, plant growth, and temperature changes slowly wore the mountains down. Over hundreds of millions of years, sharp peaks softened, valleys widened, sediments washed away, forming coastal plains far to the east. The rounded appearance hikers see today is essentially the long-term result of erosion exceeding uplift. That extended erosion period also explains the soil characteristics of the region. Appalachian soils often contain heavily weathered rock fragments mixed with organic material from dense forests. Nutrient composition varies by location, influencing which plants thrive where. Hardwood forests dominate many areas, though conifers appear at higher elevations and in colder northern sections. This deep geological history shapes more than scenery. It affects water flow patterns. Older mountains typically have more developed drainage systems. Streams follow established paths carved over immense spans of time. Hikers notice this in the abundance of creeks, rivers, and springs throughout the region. Reliable water sources encouraged human settlement historically, and they still influence modern trail planning. Rock composition varies widely across the Appalachians because each tectonic collision introduced different materials. Some sections feature metamorphic rock like schist and gneiss, altered by pressure and heat. Others include sedimentary layers such as sandstone or limestone. Volcanic remnants exist in certain areas. This diversity creates varied terrain underfoot, from smooth rock slabs to loose gravel-like surfaces. Elevation differences within the Appalachian chain also influence climate microzones. Higher ridges experience cooler temperatures, stronger winds, and different vegetation patterns than nearby valleys. Fog formation is common where warm, moist air rises and cools over elevation changes. Hikers often move through several microclimates in a single day without realizing it. Plant communities reflect these conditions. Lower elevations may support oak, hickory, maple, and tulip poplar. Higher elevations introduce spruce, fir, and birch species. Spring wildflowers emerge early in southern sections and later in northern zones. Seasonal timing shifts gradually along the mountain chain. Wildlife distribution follows similar patterns. Mammals like white-tailed deer, black bears, and smaller forest species adapt to various elevations. Bird migration routes often follow ridgelines. Amphibians thrive in the moist forest floor environment. The Appalachians are considered a biodiversity hotspot, partly because stable conditions over long geological periods allowed species diversification. The mountains also influenced human history significantly. Indigenous peoples lived throughout the region for thousands of years before European arrival. Trails originally used for trade, hunting, and seasonal migration sometimes evolved into modern hiking routes. Archaeological evidence shows extensive ecological knowledge guiding land use long before written records. Later European settlers adapted existing paths while establishing farms, logging operations, and mining communities. Some abandoned settlements still leave subtle traces visible to attentive hikers: old foundations, stone walls, or overgrown roads. These remnants remind visitors that human interaction with the landscape has layered over natural history rather than replacing it. Coal mining became a defining industry in parts of the Appalachians, particularly in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Kentucky. Mining altered terrain locally while fueling industrial growth elsewhere. Some reclaimed areas now serve recreational or conservation purposes, though environmental recovery continues in certain regions. Logging shaped forest composition as well. Large-scale timber harvesting in the 19th and early 20th centuries changed tree species distribution. Conservation movements later promoted reforestation and sustainable practices. Today's forests often represent regrowth rather than untouched ancient woodland, though some old-growth pockets remain protected. National parks and wilderness areas emerged partly in response to these industrial impacts. Preservation efforts sought to maintain ecological balance while allowing public access. The Appalachian Trail itself, conceived in the early 20th century, reflects a vision of connecting people with nature across a continuous corridor. Geological age also affects mineral resources. Iron ore, coal, limestone, and other materials historically attracted economic activity. Extraction reshaped some landscapes, but also contributed to infrastructure development that later supported recreation. Hydrology ties closely to geological structure. Older mountains with extensive erosion often develop intricate watershed networks. Rivers like the Susquehanna, Potomac, and Tennessee originate or pass through Appalachian regions. These waterways support ecosystems, agriculture, and urban water supplies far beyond the mountains themselves. Flood patterns occasionally occur due to steep terrain combined with heavy rainfall. Valleys channel water quickly. Modern forecasting reduces risk, but sudden local flooding remains possible after intense storms. Awareness of weather patterns helps hikers avoid low-lying campsites during uncertain conditions. Winter conditions reflect elevation and latitude interplay. Northern Appalachians see heavier snowfall. Southern sections experience milder winters but occasional ice storms. Ice accumulation on trees and trails creates unique hazards. Microclimates make conditions variable even within short distances. Fog, already mentioned briefly, becomes particularly interesting when considering geological history. Valleys carved over millions of years create pockets where moisture collects. Temperature inversions trap fog, sometimes producing extended low visibility periods. This affects navigation more than dramatic weather events in many cases. Soil depth differences influence trail stability. Areas with shallow bedrock produce rocky surfaces. Deeper soils allow root systems to create uneven footing. Trail maintenance teams adapt routes accordingly, but natural processes continue altering conditions. The Appalachian region's age also contributes to relative seismic stability compared with younger mountain ranges. Earthquakes occur occasionally, but are generally less frequent. However, ancient fault lines still exist, reminding geologists that no landscape is completely static. Climate change introduces evolving considerations. Temperature averages, precipitation patterns, and seasonal timing show measurable shifts. Researchers monitor impacts on plant distribution, wildlife behavior, and trail conditions. Hikers may notice gradual changes over decades rather than immediate transformations. Scientific research continues throughout the region. Universities, geological surveys, and environmental organizations study soil chemistry, biodiversity, hydrology, and climate interactions. Field stations in remote areas provide long-term data critical for understanding environmental trends. Educational programs often bring students into Appalachian backcountry settings. Field geology courses, ecology workshops, and outdoor leadership training use the landscape as a living classroom. Direct observation complements theoretical learning effectively. For hikers without scientific backgrounds, awareness of this deep history often changes perception. A rounded ridge becomes evidence of immense time. A stream valley reflects persistent erosion. Rock outcrops tell stories older than human civilization. That perspective tends to encourage patience and respect. Respect translates into practical behavior. Recognizing how slowly ecosystems develop discourages unnecessary disturbance. Leave no trace ethics align naturally with understanding geological and ecological timescales. Even casual observations gain context. Leaf litter decomposing into soil connects to nutrient cycles shaped by ancient rock weathering. Mist rising from valleys reflects microclimates formed over millions of years. Small details gain meaning through historical awareness. Photography enthusiasts often find the Appalachians rewarding precisely because of subtlety. Light filtered through layered forests produces gradual tonal variation rather than stark contrasts. Morning fog softens contours. Seasonal changes offer recurring visual interest. Soundscapes reflect ecological diversity too. Bird species vary by elevation and season. Stream acoustics change with rainfall. Wind moving through different tree species produces distinct auditory textures. Many hikers describe this sensory richness as restorative. Night skies in remote sections reveal stars less visible near urban centres. Atmospheric clarity varies, but low-light pollution in wilderness areas enhances astronomical observation. Historical human navigation once relied on such visibility before modern tools. Cultural storytelling has long incorporated Appalachian landscapes. Folklore, music traditions, and regional literature often reference mountains, forests, and rivers. These narratives blend natural history with human experience, reinforcing a sense of place. Modern outdoor recreation continues that tradition in different form. Long-distance hiking, trail running, bird watching, and photography all represent contemporary engagement with an ancient environment. Technology changes how people prepare, but the landscape itself remains shaped by deep time. Understanding geological history does not require technical expertise to appreciate its implications. Simply recognizing that these mountains predate human memory by vast margins adds perspective. It places individual journeys within a broader continuum. That perspective naturally leads toward considering why people continue seeking solitude in such places, despite inherent challenges. The motivations range from recreation and physical fitness to mental clarity and personal reflection, and exploring those motivations helps explain why hikers keep returning to the Appalachian backcountry even while acknowledging its complexities. When people talk about hiking in the Appalachian backcountry, one of the first things that often comes up is the sense of distance from everyday life. Not just physical distance, but the mental shift that happens when roads fade behind you, when phone signals weaken, when schedules loosen slightly. It is not always dramatic, sometimes it is subtle. A quieter pace, fewer interruptions, and a landscape that does not react to deadlines or notifications. That alone draws many people back again and again. Solitude plays a central role in that appeal. Daily life, especially in cities or busy towns, tends to involve constant interaction. Conversations, traffic noise, digital alerts, advertising, social expectations. None of those are inherently negative, but they accumulate. Some people eventually look for places where those inputs drop away for a while. The Appalachian backcountry offers that option in many areas. Even on popular trails, there are stretches where hours pass without encountering another person. That absence of constant interaction can feel unfamiliar at first. Some hikers describe the initial silence as slightly uncomfortable. It is not true silence, of course. Wind, birds, insects, flowing water, distant animal movement all create sound. But it is a different category of sound, one that does not demand immediate response. Over time, many people adjust and begin to find that quieter environment calming rather than unsettling. There is also the element of physical challenge. The Appalachian terrain rarely presents extreme altitude compared with younger mountain ranges, yet the continuous ups and downs accumulate. Long ridge lines, repeated elevation changes, rocky footing, humidity, and variable weather require steady effort. Completing a difficult section produces a sense of accomplishment that does not depend on competition with others. It is often framed as personal progress rather than performance. That sense of challenge connects closely with preparation. Planning routes, selecting gear, checking weather forecasts, arranging transportation, and packing supplies all form part of the experience. Some hikers enjoy that logistical process almost as much as the hike itself. It becomes a structured way to think ahead, solve problems, and anticipate conditions without the pressure of workplace deadlines. Another motivation involves reconnection with natural cycles. Many people spend most of their time in controlled environments, climate-controlled buildings, artificial lighting, predictable surfaces. Stepping into a forest exposes them to gradual seasonal changes. Day length varies. Temperature shifts feel more noticeable. Rain becomes something experienced directly rather than observed through windows. That sensory variation can be grounding. Health considerations also factor in. Hiking provides cardiovascular exercise, muscular engagement, and mental relaxation simultaneously. Research consistently shows that time spent in green spaces correlates with reduced stress markers, improved mood, and enhanced cognitive performance. People do not always cite research when planning a trip, but they often report feeling better afterward. Community plays a role as well. Although solitude is valued, hiking culture includes strong social networks. Trail associations, volunteer maintenance crews, online forums, and local clubs share information and support newcomers. Long-distance hikers frequently develop temporary communities along routes, exchanging advice, meals, and stories at shelters or campsites. The Appalachian Trail community in particular has developed its own informal culture. Nicknames, shared traditions, and mutual assistance create continuity across thousands of kilometers. Even hikers traveling alone often feel connected to a broader network through that shared experience. Some motivations relate to skill development, navigation, weather interpretation, campcraft, first aid, and risk assessment all improve with practice. Many people appreciate learning practical abilities that feel transferable beyond recreation. Confidence grows gradually as competence increases. Photography and observation attract another group. The Appalachians offer diverse ecosystems, seasonal colour changes, and wildlife viewing opportunities. Birdwatchers, botanists, and amateur naturalists often combine hiking with focused observation. Slow travel enhances noticing details that faster modes of transport miss. Cultural and historical interest also draws visitors. Old homesteads, Civil War sites, early industrial remnants, and indigenous heritage areas appear throughout the region. Exploring those places adds historical context to physical movement through the landscape. For some individuals, hiking represents a form of personal reset. Transitional periods in life, career changes, retirement, or recovery from stressful events sometimes prompt extended outdoor trips. The steady rhythm of walking, eating, resting, and observing surroundings can provide structure without excessive pressure. Long-distance hiking, sometimes called through hiking when completing an entire trail in one season, intensifies that experience. The Appalachian Trail sees thousands attempt full-length hikes annually. Completion rates vary, but even partial journeys often become significant life memories. Economic accessibility contributes as well. Compared with some recreational activities requiring expensive equipment or facilities, basic hiking can begin with relatively modest investment. Boots, weather-appropriate clothing, a pack, water, and navigation tools form the core. Costs increase for longer expeditions, yet entry barriers remain lower than many alternatives. Accessibility does vary geographically. Some trailheads sit near urban centres, others require extended travel. Public transportation reaches certain points, though not all. Planning logistics becomes part of the preparation process. The educational dimension deserves attention too. Families often introduce children to hiking as a way to teach environmental awareness, physical fitness, and self-reliance. Early exposure shapes comfort levels with outdoor environments later in life. Psychological research suggests that natural environments support attention restoration. The concept involves giving directed attention, the kind used for focused tasks. A break while involuntary attention engages with varied but non-threatening stimuli like moving leaves or flowing water. Many hikers describe mental clarity emerging after several hours outdoors, consistent with that theory. Creative professionals sometimes seek such environments deliberately. Writers, artists, musicians, and designers report that reduced distractions support idea generation. The steady pace of walking appears to encourage associative thinking. Spiritual or reflective motivations also appear, though expressed in diverse ways. Some people connect hiking with meditation, contemplation, or personal belief systems. Others simply value uninterrupted time for thought without labeling it formally. Adventure narratives in media contribute indirectly. Books, documentaries, and social media posts showcase scenic viewpoints, wildlife encounters, and long-distance achievements. While idealized portrayals exist, they nonetheless inspire curiosity about first-hand experience. There is also a tradition of seasonal pilgrimages. Autumn foliage attracts visitors annually. Spring wildflower blooms draw photographers. Winter hikers seek quieter trails and different visual textures. These cyclical patterns reinforce ongoing interest. Environmental stewardship motivates some participants. Volunteer trail maintenance, habitat restoration, invasive species monitoring, and educational outreach allow hikers to contribute actively rather than passively consume landscapes. Technology influences motivations in complex ways. GPS tracking apps allow sharing routes with friends. Photography equipment captures experiences. At the same time, some hikers intentionally limit technology used to preserve a sense of detachment from constant connectivity. Risk perception varies among individuals. Some seek mild uncertainty as part of recreation. Others prioritize controlled conditions. The Appalachian backcountry accommodates a wide spectrum, from short, well-marked day hikes to extended remote expeditions. Age diversity among hikers is notable. Young adults, families, retirees, and individuals well into later decades all participate. Physical capability influences route selection, but the landscape offers options across difficulty levels. Economic benefits extend to surrounding communities. Small towns near trailheads often rely on hiking tourism. Outfitters, lodging providers, restaurants, and transportation services support visitors while benefiting local economies. Cultural exchange happens naturally in these settings. Hikers from different regions or countries share perspectives. Conversations at shelters or campsites often cover travel experiences, environmental concerns, and practical advice. Environmental awareness tends to increase with repeated exposure. Observing seasonal changes firsthand fosters appreciation for conservation issues more effectively than abstract information alone. Safety education evolves alongside participation. Outdoor organizations continually update guidelines based on incident data. Emphasis increasingly falls on preparation, communication, and realistic self-assessment rather than purely physical endurance. Mental health benefits receive growing attention in research literature. Exposure to natural environments correlates with reduced anxiety, improved mood stability, and enhanced resilience. Healthcare providers occasionally recommend outdoor activity as complementary support. There is also a simple enjoyment factor that resists detailed analysis. Walking through a forest, hearing water over rocks, noticing changing light, sharing meals outdoors, sleeping under stars. These experiences often speak for themselves without needing complex justification. Importantly, motivations are rarely singular. A single trip might combine exercise, social connection, photography, personal reflection, and simple curiosity. Flexibility and purpose allows individuals to adapt experiences over time. Preparation culture within hiking communities reflects accumulated knowledge. Packing lists, route planning guides, weather interpretation tutorials, and first aid resources circulate widely. Mentorship between experienced and newer hikers occurs informally. Despite preparation, unpredictability remains part of the appeal. Weather changes, wildlife sightings, trail conditions, and personal energy levels introduce variation. Many hikers value that variability precisely because daily urban routines often minimize it. Decision-making skills develop gradually. Knowing when to continue, when to rest, when to change plans, or when to turn back becomes central. Those decisions shape both safety outcomes and overall satisfaction. The relationship between humans and wilderness continues evolving. Increased participation brings both conservation awareness and management challenges. Balancing access with ecosystem protection remains an ongoing discussion among policymakers and outdoor communities. As motivations become clearer, attention naturally shifts toward how expectations sometimes meet unexpected realities once people are actually on the trail. Preparation helps, but conditions do not always align perfectly with plans, and examining how quickly situations can change provides useful context for understanding both the appeal and the caution associated with Appalachian backcountry travel. When people prepare for a trip into the Appalachian backcountry, the process often feels reassuring. Lists are written, gear is checked, weather forecasts are reviewed, routes are studied on maps. It gives a sense of structure, a feeling that most variables have been considered. And to a large extent, preparation does reduce risk significantly. Experience shows that well-prepared hikers tend to navigate challenges more effectively than those who rely on improvisation. Yet one consistent feature of these mountains is how quickly conditions can shift despite careful planning. Weather is usually the first factor people notice. Forecasts provide general guidance, but mountainous terrain creates microclimates that are difficult to predict precisely. A sunny morning in the valley can coexist with mist, drizzle, or strong wind on a nearby ridge. Elevation changes of only a few hundred meters can alter temperature noticeably. Air cools as it rises, moisture condenses, and suddenly visibility changes without much warning. Fog, in particular, illustrates this effect. Moist air moving upslope condenses rapidly, sometimes within minutes. Trails that appeared clear become muted outlines. Landmarks fade. Sound carries differently. Even experienced hikers occasionally pause in such conditions to reassess direction rather than continuing automatically. Rain behaves differently in forested terrain compared with open areas. Tree canopy delays the onset slightly, then releases accumulated water long after rainfall ends. That means trails may remain wet and slippery even when skies clear. Rocks become slick. Routes, already uneven, demand extra attention. Small streams may swell quickly after storms upstream, even if local rainfall seems light. Temperature swings also surprise visitors. Summer heat in the Appalachians often includes high humidity. Sweating becomes less efficient at cooling the body. Dehydration can develop gradually, especially on climbs where exertion increases. Later the same day, especially after sunset or during storms, temperatures may drop sharply. Wet clothing accelerates heat loss. Layering systems help manage this, but they require consistent adjustment. Winter introduces another set of rapid changes. A clear morning can become icy by afternoon if temperatures fluctuate around freezing. Snowmelt during daylight refreezes at night. Trails that were manageable earlier become hazardous. Ice accumulation on branches occasionally falls with little warning, adding both noise and potential injury risk. Navigation conditions change alongside weather. Leaves cover trails in autumn, obscuring markers and uneven ground. Snow hides footpaths entirely. Spring growth can overtake lightly used routes. Trail maintenance volunteers work continuously, yet natural processes operate faster than any maintenance schedule. Light levels deserve careful attention too. Forest canopy reduces daylight earlier than open areas. Cloud cover compounds that effect. Many hikers underestimate how quickly dusk arrives under dense foliage. Headlamps are standard equipment for a reason, yet they sometimes remain packed until darkness is already significant. Fatigue interacts with environmental change in subtle ways. Early in a hike, decisions feel straightforward. As hours pass, energy decreases, attention narrows, small navigational choices receive less scrutiny. That is not carelessness. It is a normal physiological response to sustained exertion. Recognizing it helps hikers plan rest intervals and turnaround times more realistically. Hydration and nutrition affect perception as well. Even mild dehydration reduces cognitive clarity. Hunger influences mood and concentration. Scheduled breaks, even when not strictly necessary yet, often prevent gradual decline in decision quality. Terrain conditions evolve over time too. Erosion alters trail surfaces seasonally. Fallen trees appear after storms. Maintenance reroutes sections occasionally. Guidebooks and maps provide general accuracy, but recent reports from trail organizations or fellow hikers often offer the most current information. Technology provides support, though not certainty. GPS units help maintain orientation. Weather apps supply updates when signals allow. Satellite communicators extend emergency contact options. Still, batteries drain, signals fluctuate, and devices malfunction. Redundant navigation methods remain recommended practice. Group dynamics change alongside conditions. Pace differences widen as fatigue sets in. Communication becomes more important. Regular regrouping prevents accidental separation. Clear agreements about stopping points, emergency plans, and navigation responsibility reduce confusion. Solo hikers face different adjustments. Independence allows flexible pacing, but it removes immediate feedback from companions. Many experienced solo hikers compensate by increasing check-in frequency with external contacts and maintaining conservative decision thresholds. Water availability shifts with seasons. Streams shown on maps may run dry during drought periods. Conversely, heavy rainfall creates temporary crossings not indicated on maps. Carrying purification equipment helps address both variability and safety concerns. Wildlife activity changes with conditions too. Most encounters remain uneventful, yet seasonal behaviours influence movement patterns. Bears seek food actively before winter. Insects peak during warm months. Awareness helps prevent unnecessary alarm or risky interactions. Sound perception shifts with weather. Fog dampens sound. Wind distorts direction cues. Flowing water grows louder after rain. These acoustic changes affect orientation more than people expect, especially when visual references are limited. Psychological responses to changing conditions vary widely. Some hikers find variability stimulating. Others experience stress when plans shift. Neither response is unusual. Familiarity with uncertainty tends to increase comfort over time. Expectations play a role here. Media portrayals often show ideal conditions: clear skies, scenic vistas, uncomplicated trails. Real environments include routine inconvenience: mud, insects, variable temperatures, and occasional rerouting become part of the experience rather than exceptions. Decision-making under changing conditions often follows a hierarchy: safety first, then logistics, then goals. Turning back early sometimes feels disappointing, yet experienced hikers commonly describe it as responsible rather than unsuccessful. Trails remain available for future visits. Emergency response considerations emphasize early communication. Informing contacts about routes, expected return times, and contingency plans allows quicker response if delays occur. Many incidents escalate primarily because initial delays go unnoticed. Clothing systems illustrate adaptation in practice. Layering allows incremental adjustment rather than drastic change. Moisture-wicking base layers, insulating mid-layers, and protective outer shells address variable conditions. Regular adjustment prevents both overheating and chilling. Footwear selection also reflects terrain variability. Supportive boots or trail shoes improve stability on uneven surfaces. Waterproofing helps in wet conditions, though breathability matters during heat. Fit remains critical to prevent blisters during extended walks. Pack weight influences adaptability. Carrying essential emergency gear adds weight but increases resilience. Balancing minimalism with preparedness becomes a skill refined through experience. Navigation strategies adjust with visibility. In clear conditions, distant landmarks aid orientation. In fog or dense forest, compass bearings and GPS waypoints become primary references. Practicing both methods before reliance becomes necessary is widely recommended. Camp planning changes with weather forecasts. Elevated sites offer views but greater wind exposure. Valleys provide shelter but increased moisture and potential flooding risk. Site selection balances comfort, safety, and environmental impact. Fire management illustrates environmental sensitivity. Wet conditions complicate ignition. Dry periods increase wildfire risk. Many areas regulate fires seasonally. Stove use often provides a safer alternative. Sleep quality influences next day performance. Temperature regulation, ground insulation, and noise levels affect rest. Poor sleep reduces alertness and endurance, making adaptation to changing conditions more difficult. Emergency shelter options range from lightweight tents to bivouac sacks and natural features. Knowing how to deploy them quickly matters when weather deteriorates unexpectedly. Communication protocols within hiking groups often include predetermined signals or meeting points. Simple agreements reduce confusion if visibility drops or trails diverge. Trail etiquette also adapts, yielding to faster hikers, maintaining spacing and sharing information about upcoming conditions contribute to collective safety. Environmental ethics remain consistent regardless of conditions, packing out waste, minimizing vegetation disturbance, and respecting wildlife maintain ecosystem health even during challenging circumstances. Training opportunities help prepare for variability. Wilderness first aid courses, navigation workshops, and guided trips build competence before independent travel. Local knowledge remains valuable. Rangers, trail maintainers, and frequent hikers often provide insight beyond published materials. Checking in with them before departure adds context. Insurance and emergency planning rarely attract attention during initial enthusiasm, yet they become relevant for extended or remote trips. Understanding coverage and emergency procedures supports responsible planning. Recovery after challenging conditions matters too. Rehydration, nutrition, and rest following difficult hikes prevent cumulative fatigue that might affect subsequent outings. Experience gradually shifts perspective. Instead of expecting stable conditions, seasoned hikers anticipate change as normal. That expectation reduces stress when adjustments become necessary. Learning from near misses forms part of outdoor culture. Sharing experiences without exaggeration helps others prepare realistically. Many safety practices originate from such shared lessons. Respect for unpredictability does not diminish enjoyment. Instead, it tends to deepen appreciation for successful navigation of changing environments. Awareness enhances rather than restricts experience. And as attention continues moving through these practical realities, another important factor begins to stand out: navigation itself. Trails do not always remain obvious, and understanding how orientation can shift quickly becomes central to exploring why even well-prepared hikers occasionally find themselves uncertain about direction in the Appalachian backcountry. Stepping onto a well-marked trail in the Appalachian backcountry often feels straightforward at first. Painted blazes on trees, worn footpaths, occasional signposts, and other hikers moving in the same direction create a reassuring sense of orientation. The route appears obvious. Movement becomes rhythmic. Attention shifts towards scenery, conversation, or simply the steady pace of walking. Yet one of the most common turning points in wilderness incidents begins quietly, when that clarity fades and the trail becomes less obvious than expected. Trails disappear in several ways, and not always because they physically vanish. Sometimes the change is gradual. Foot traffic decreases. Vegetation grows back over less used sections. Fallen leaves in autumn cover the worn ground. Snow in winter obscures markers. Spring growth pushes branches across the path. Each factor alone might be manageable. Combined, they blur what was previously distinct. Maintenance patterns influence this process. Volunteer organizations maintain many Appalachian routes, but resources vary. Storm damage, erosion, and natural regrowth can alter trail conditions faster than crews can respond. A trail that was clear last season may look different the next. Regular hikers learn to expect variation rather than fixed consistency. Trail markers themselves require interpretation. Blazes, usually painted rectangles on trees, indicate direction but not always distance. Colour systems vary by trail. Double blazes sometimes signal turns. Faded paint reduces visibility, especially in low light. New hikers occasionally assume markers appear at regular intervals, yet spacing changes based on terrain and visibility. Lighting conditions complicate visibility further. Dense canopy filters sunlight unevenly. Shadows shift throughout the day. Overcast weather reduces contrast. Fog softens edges. Early dusk arrives under trees earlier than in open areas. A marker that stood out in bright conditions may blend into bark texture later. Human attention also fluctuates. After hours of walking, focus drifts. Conversations, photography, fatigue, or simply the comfort of routine can reduce vigilance. Missing a single marker often leads to continuing straight when a turn was required. Realizing the mistake may take minutes or longer. Sound cues rarely help orientation in dense forest. Unlike open landscapes where distant roads, water bodies, or settlements provide auditory reference points, Appalachian forests absorb and diffuse sound. Wind direction changes perception. Water noise varies with terrain. Relying solely on hearing becomes unreliable quickly. Off-trail movement compounds difficulty. Thick understory vegetation restricts line of sight. Terrain features repeat visually. Small ridges resemble one another. Valleys curve unpredictably. Without clear reference points, estimating direction becomes challenging even for experienced hikers. Maps provide context, but effective use requires practice. Topographic maps show contour lines indicating elevation changes. Interpreting those lines into mental terrain images takes familiarity. Compass bearings translate map direction into physical movement. Without practice, those steps feel abstract. Digital navigation tools simplify some aspects. GPS devices display position relative to mapped routes. Smartphone apps offer similar functionality when signals allow. Yet battery life, weather exposure, and technical malfunctions remain considerations. Redundant navigation methods reduce dependence on single tools. Battery management becomes part of navigation planning. Cold temperatures reduce battery efficiency. Continuous GPS tracking drains power faster than periodic checks. Carrying spare batteries or portable chargers helps, though weight considerations apply. Compass use remains foundational despite technological advances. A simple magnetic compass functions without power. Knowing how to orient a map, take bearings, and adjust for magnetic declination provides reliable orientation. Many outdoor education programs emphasize these skills early. Terrain association complements compass work. Recognizing ridge lines, watercourses, saddles, and elevation changes helps match physical surroundings with map features. This skill develops through repeated exposure rather than theoretical study alone. Backtracking represents one of the safest responses when uncertainty arises. Returning to the last confirmed marker or landmark often resolves confusion quickly. Pride occasionally interferes with this simple strategy, especially when hikers feel close to their destination. Experience tends to reinforce backtracking as efficient rather than inconvenient. Time awareness supports navigation too. Noticing how long it has been since the last marker, water source, or terrain feature provides cues. Significant deviation from expected timing prompts reassessment before uncertainty grows. Group navigation introduces shared responsibility. Rotating navigation duties keeps multiple people engaged. Verbal confirmation of turns prevents silent assumptions. Groups that discuss route choices openly tend to maintain orientation more effectively. Solo hikers often adopt deliberate check-in habits. Periodic map checks, even when confident, maintain situational awareness. Verbalizing observations aloud, though alone, can reinforce focus. Some hikers record brief audio notes as reminders. Weather impacts navigation directly. Fog reduces visibility. Rain obscures footprints and markers. Snow covers trails entirely. Wind noise distracts attention. Preparing for navigation under reduced visibility improves resilience. Seasonal foliage changes alter visual cues. Leafless winter forests allow longer sight lines but fewer color contrasts. Summer foliage increases shade and visual repetition. Spring growth introduces vibrant but potentially confusing undergrowth. Trail intersections present specific challenges. Multiple paths converge. Signage varies in clarity. Some intersections include unofficial paths created by wildlife or previous hikers. Careful observation prevents unintended detours. Old logging roads add complexity. They appear distinct yet may not correspond with current maps. Vegetation regrowth blurs boundaries. Recognizing these features requires map comparison rather than visual assumption. Watercourses often guide orientation. Streams generally flow downhill toward larger rivers. However, following water blindly can lead away from intended routes. Using waterways as secondary references rather than primary guides proves more reliable. Night navigation demands additional caution. Artificial light narrows field of vision. Depth perception decreases. Reflective trail markers help when present, but not all trails include them. Planning to avoid night travel unless equipped and experienced reduces risk. Psychological responses to disorientation vary. Some individuals remain calm and methodical. Others experience anxiety that accelerates decision-making without full information. Training emphasizes pausing, assessing, and proceeding deliberately. Emergency protocols recommend staying in place once fully lost rather than wandering extensively. Search teams locate stationary individuals more efficiently. Signaling devices like whistles, mirrors, or lights assist visibility. Clothing visibility affects search success. Bright colours contrast with natural surroundings. Neutral tones, while aesthetically pleasing, blend into forest backgrounds. Some hikers carry high visibility items specifically for emergencies. Communication planning integrates with navigation. Informing contacts about intended routes allows search teams to focus efforts if necessary. Updated itineraries improve accuracy. Environmental ethics intersect with navigation choices. Creating new paths to regain orientation can damage vegetation. Following durable surfaces where possible minimizes impact. Training simulations often include intentional disorientation exercises. Practicing recovery strategies under controlled conditions builds confidence. Outdoor education programs incorporate such exercises routinely. Historical navigation methods relied heavily on environmental observation. Sun position, star patterns, vegetation growth direction, and prevailing winds informed travel. Modern hikers rarely depend solely on these cues, yet understanding them adds redundancy. Technological advancements continue evolving. Satellite-based emergency beacons transmit location coordinates directly. Some devices include two-way messaging. Adoption increases gradually as costs decrease. Mapping accuracy improves with digital data collection. Crowdsourced updates refine trail information. Nonetheless, reliance on recent data remains important due to environmental change. Cognitive mapping develops through repeated exposure. Regular hikers build mental representations of terrain. Familiarity reduces reliance on constant map consultation while maintaining orientation. Trail culture encourages information sharing. Encountering hikers moving in the opposite direction often leads to brief exchanges about conditions ahead. These conversations supplement formal information sources. Fatigue management influences navigation accuracy significantly. Scheduled breaks maintain cognitive function. Hydration and nutrition support sustained attention. Ignoring fatigue increases error probability. Decision thresholds evolve with experience. New hikers may push forward despite uncertainty. Experienced individuals tend to reassess earlier. Neither approach defines character, it reflects learning progression. Weather forecasting integration supports navigation planning. Anticipating fog, storms, or temperature shifts informs route selection and timing. Checking updates during trips when possible enhances adaptability. Emergency shelter awareness complements navigation. Knowing potential shelter locations provides fallback options if orientation challenges coincide with deteriorating conditions. Respect for uncertainty remains a consistent theme. Wilderness navigation involves probabilities rather than guarantees. Accepting that reality encourages conservative decision-making, and as orientation skills come into clearer focus, attention naturally shifts toward another variable that sometimes enters hikers' thinking even when rarely encountered directly: wildlife. Encounters are typically uneventful, yet understanding their patterns helps place them accurately within the broader picture of Appalachian backcountry travel. When people imagine challenges in the Appalachian backcountry, they often picture something dramatic: a sudden storm, a major fall, or a clearly dangerous encounter. Those things do happen occasionally, but more often the situations that lead to trouble begin quietly. Weather shifts slightly, terrain becomes just a bit more demanding. A small decision seems harmless at the time, none of it feels urgent. Yet when several minor factors combine, they sometimes grow into situations that require far more effort to resolve than anyone expected. Weather in the Appalachians has a reputation for variability, and that reputation is well earned. The mountains stretch across multiple climate zones, and their elevation changes influence air movement constantly. Moist air rises along slopes, cools and condenses. That process produces fog, drizzle, or cloud cover that may not appear in broader regional forecasts. A forecast calling for partly cloudy conditions at lower elevations can translate into near-continuous mist higher up. Mist itself does not sound serious, but it affects several practical factors. Visibility decreases, clothing becomes damp gradually, rocks and roots grow slick, depth perception shifts slightly. Over time, these subtle changes increase fatigue and slow movement. That slower pace can affect daylight planning, which then influences navigation decisions later in the day. Rain behaves similarly. Light rain feels manageable. Many hikers continue without adjusting pace significantly, but persistent light rain accumulates, clothing layers saturate, body temperature regulation becomes harder, hands lose dexterity. Map reading, gear adjustments, and even simple tasks like opening food packaging require more effort. None of this feels urgent at first. The gradual nature sometimes delays response until discomfort becomes substantial. Temperature variation amplifies those effects. Appalachian humidity plays a large role in how temperature feels. Warm, humid conditions reduce the body's ability to cool itself efficiently. Sweating increases, yet evaporation decreases. Dehydration develops faster than expected. Conversely, when temperatures drop, that same moisture accelerates chilling. Wet clothing combined with wind exposure lowers body heat quickly. Wind often receives less attention than rain or temperature, yet it changes comfort levels significantly. Ridge tops experience stronger airflow than valleys. Wind removes heat, carries moisture, and influences balance on uneven terrain. Even moderate wind becomes noticeable after hours of walking. Gusts also move branches, leaves, and debris, sometimes altering trail appearance temporarily. Terrain conditions evolve alongside weather. A dry trail may provide stable footing. After rain, the same path can become muddy or slippery. Clay-heavy soils, common in some Appalachian areas, retain water, creating slick surfaces. Rocky sections develop thin films of moisture that reduce traction. Foot placement requires more precision. Routes crossing trails present another common feature. In dry weather, they offer natural steps. When wet, they behave more like polished surfaces. Many minor slips occur on wet routes rather than open rock. Proper footwear helps, but awareness remains the primary safeguard. Elevation change compounds fatigue quietly. Appalachian trails often involve repeated ascents and descents rather than single climbs. Each elevation gain requires energy. Descents strain different muscle groups. Accumulated fatigue affects balance, reaction time, and decision-making. Small navigation or pacing mistakes become more likely under fatigue. Light conditions interact with terrain as well. Forest canopy reduces direct sunlight. Overcast weather lowers light further. As afternoon progresses, shadows lengthen quickly. Obstacles become harder to distinguish. Headlamps mitigate darkness, but they narrow the visual field. Peripheral awareness decreases. Hydration practices influence how well hikers handle these variables. Many people drink based on thirst alone. During exertion in humid conditions, thirst may lag behind actual need. Regular hydration intervals prevent subtle decline in cognitive clarity and physical performance. Nutrition timing matters similarly. Waiting until hunger becomes strong often means energy levels have already dipped. Small regular food intake maintains steadier energy. This practice reduces the likelihood of fatigue-related decision errors. Clothing choices connect closely to weather adaptation. Layering systems allow adjustment without major stops. Removing or adding layers early prevents overheating or chilling. Delayed adjustments require more energy to recover comfort. Pack organization influences response time too. Frequently needed items like rain jackets, gloves, maps, or snacks placed deep inside packs discourage timely use. Easy access supports quicker adaptation to changing conditions. Navigation interacts with terrain variability. Trails occasionally reroute around erosion, fallen trees, or sensitive habitats. Temporary markers may replace permanent ones. Assuming a familiar route remains unchanged sometimes leads hikers briefly off course. Shortcuts present another subtle risk. Cutting switchbacks to save time increases erosion and may lead onto less stable ground. The perceived time saved rarely outweighs increased effort or environmental impact. Water crossings deserve careful assessment. Shallow streams in dry periods may swell after upstream rainfall. Current strength increases before water clarity indicates change. Testing depth and footing with trekking poles or sticks improves safety. Trekking poles themselves illustrate how small equipment choices affect outcomes. They improve balance, reduce joint strain, and assist during crossings. Some hikers prefer not to use them initially, but adopt them after experiencing fatigue or uneven terrain. Foot care often receives attention only after discomfort begins. Hot spots, minor blisters, or damp socks seem manageable early. Addressing them promptly prevents escalation. Ignoring them leads to altered gait, which affects balance and endurance. Weather forecasts provide valuable guidance, yet timing uncertainties remain. Storms may arrive earlier or later than predicted. Checking updated forecasts during trips when possible supports adaptation. Satellite communicators with weather features help in remote areas. Decision-making under changing conditions benefits from predefined thresholds. For example, setting turnaround times before departure prevents continuing simply because a destination feels close. Clear criteria reduce emotional influence on safety choices. Group communication affects how small issues grow. If one person feels fatigued or uncomfortable but hesitates to speak up, the group may continue until the issue becomes more serious. Encouraging open discussion supports earlier adjustments. Solo hikers rely on internal dialogue. Honest self-assessment replaces group feedback. Experience often strengthens that skill, though it develops gradually. Sleep quality prior to hikes influences resilience. Starting trips already fatigued reduces adaptability. Adequate rest before departure improves both physical and cognitive performance. Weather exposure accumulates across days on extended trips. Consecutive wet days challenge drying opportunities. Clothing, gear, and morale all feel the effect. Planning rest periods or indoor stops during long hikes helps reset conditions. Mental framing influences response to small setbacks. Viewing them as routine rather than problematic reduces stress. Stress itself consumes energy and narrows attention, increasing the chance of further mistakes. Emergency preparedness often begins with small items. Whistles, emergency blankets, first aid kits, spare lights. These rarely see use, yet when needed they make disproportionate differences. Information sharing among hikers supports awareness. Trailhead registers, online forums, and casual conversations provide recent condition reports. These complement official forecasts. Seasonal daylight variation affects planning. Autumn and winter offer shorter hiking windows. Summer extends daylight but increases heat exposure. Adjusting schedules accordingly prevents late-day navigation challenges. Waterproof storage protects critical items. Maps, electronics, and spare clothing stored in dry bags remain functional despite rain. Losing functionality due to moisture represents a preventable complication. Training improves response speed. Practicing map reading, compass use, or shelter setup before trips reduces hesitation when conditions change. Familiarity shortens decision time. Environmental observation skills develop gradually. Noticing cloud formations, wind shifts, or temperature changes early supports proactive adjustments rather than reactive ones. Experience also refines pacing strategies. Starting slightly slower preserves energy. Scheduled breaks maintain consistency. Overexertion early often leads to cumulative fatigue later. Respect for cumulative effects becomes a recurring theme. No single small mistake usually causes major problems. It is the accumulation, combined with changing conditions, that matters. And as weather, terrain, and decision-making patterns become clearer, another factor naturally enters the broader picture. Wildlife presence in the Appalachian backcountry is generally routine and uneventful, yet understanding how encounters occur helps place them in context alongside the environmental and human factors already explored. When people imagine going missing in the Appalachian backcountry, wildlife often enters the picture quickly. It is an understandable association. Forests feel alive. There are bears, coyotes, snakes, insects, and countless smaller creatures moving through undergrowth. The idea of a dramatic animal encounter is vivid and easy to picture. In reality, serious wildlife incidents in the Appalachian region are uncommon. Millions of hikers move through these forests every year, with nothing more than distant sightings or the occasional startled deer bounding away through the trees. Still, uncommon does not mean impossible. Understanding how wildlife behaves in this region helps separate realistic considerations from exaggerated fears, and it also shows how small human decisions influence outcomes far more than dramatic scenarios suggest. Black bears are often the first species people think about. The Appalachian Mountains host one of the largest black bear populations in North America. States such as North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York maintain healthy bear numbers, particularly in forested and mountainous areas. Yet black bears are generally shy. Their first instinct when encountering humans is usually avoidance. Most bear sightings involve a bear crossing a trail at a distance, climbing a tree briefly, or moving away once it detects human presence. Problems tend to arise not from predatory behavior but from food conditioning. When bears associate humans with accessible food, whether from improperly stored supplies or intentional feeding, they lose some of their natural wariness. Food storage practices therefore play a central role in reducing risk. In many Appalachian backcountry areas, hikers are encouraged or required to use bear-resistant containers, hang food from designated cables, or suspend it properly between trees. These systems keep food odours away from sleeping areas and prevent bears from obtaining easy rewards. A bear that does not receive food from human contact is far less likely to approach again. Cooking location also matters. Preparing meals away from tents and cleaning thoroughly reduces lingering scents. Even small scraps attract animals with sensitive noses. Proper waste disposal, including packing out trash and avoiding burying food waste, maintains a safer environment for both humans and wildlife. Snakes represent another frequently mentioned concern. The Appalachian region is home to several venomous species, including timber rattlesnakes and copperheads. However, snake encounters are relatively rare compared with the number of hikers on the trails. Most snakes avoid confrontation and will retreat if given space. Accidental close encounters sometimes occur when hikers step near or over a snake resting on a warm rock or concealed under leaves. Wearing sturdy footwear, watching foot placement carefully, and avoiding reaching into hidden spaces without visibility reduce the chance of bites significantly. Most snake bites in North America happen when individuals attempt to handle or harass snakes rather than during simple trail travel. Insects, though less dramatic, affect hikers more frequently. Mosquitoes, black flies, and ticks are common in many Appalachian areas, particularly during warmer months. Tick awareness is especially important because certain species can transmit illnesses such as Lyme disease or Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Wearing long sleeves and pants in tick-heavy areas, using repellents, and conducting regular checks after hiking are practical preventive measures. Deer, raccoons, squirrels, and smaller mammals appear regularly along trails. While they pose little direct danger, they contribute to environmental complexity. Raccoons and rodents sometimes attempt to access improperly stored food at campsites. Securing supplies reduces these nuisance encounters. Coyotes inhabit many Appalachian regions, yet they typically avoid humans. Reports of aggressive coyote behavior are uncommon and often linked to food conditioning similar to bears. Maintaining distance and not feeding wildlife remain consistent principles. Wild boar, present in some southern Appalachian areas, can be unpredictable if startled at close range. However, encounters remain infrequent on well-used trails. Awareness of surroundings and avoiding dense brush where visibility is limited reduce surprise encounters. Birds of prey, wild turkeys, and songbirds contribute to the soundscape more than the risk profile. Observing them often enhances the hiking experience. The same applies to amphibians, which thrive in the moist forest environment and indicate ecosystem health. One important factor often overlooked is that wildlife usually hears or smells humans long before humans notice wildlife. The natural sounds of walking, conversation, and gear movement alert animals. Quiet hikers sometimes increase the likelihood of surprising animals at close range. Speaking calmly when moving through dense vegetation helps signal presence. Seasonal behavior patterns influence wildlife movement. In spring, bears may search actively for food after winter denning. In autumn, they increase foraging before hibernation. Awareness of these cycles helps hikers understand why certain times of year require heightened food management diligence. Nighttime encounters differ slightly. Many animals are more active after dark. Proper campsite selection, food storage, and avoiding cooking near sleeping areas reduce nighttime visits. Headlamps occasionally reveal reflective eyes in the distance, usually belonging to deer or smaller mammals. Public perception of wildlife risk often exceeds statistical reality. Media coverage tends to highlight rare incidents, reinforcing vivid imagery. Actual injury rates from wildlife in the Appalachian backcountry remain very low relative to overall visitation. That said, risk increases when human behavior changes. Approaching wildlife for photographs, feeding animals intentionally or unintentionally, or ignoring posted advisories disrupts natural avoidance patterns. Responsible conduct maintains the rare nature of serious encounters. Wildlife management agencies monitor populations and behavior patterns continuously. When specific animals become habituated to human food sources, authorities may intervene through relocation or other measures. These interventions aim to protect both humans and animals. Educational signage at trailheads often provides region-specific guidance. Reading these notices before departure ensures awareness of recent wildlife activity, seasonal advisories, or temporary restrictions. Carrying deterrents such as bear spray is common in certain areas, particularly where bear activity is higher. Bear spray has proven effective in deterring aggressive bear behaviour when used correctly. Training in its use before entering the backcountry improves confidence and response time. Dogs accompany some hikers, introducing additional considerations. Dogs may provoke wildlife or chase animals unexpectedly. Leash regulations exist in many areas for this reason. Responsible pet management reduces unpredictable interactions. Wildlife presence also serves as an indicator of ecological health. Healthy predator and prey populations reflect functioning ecosystems. Many hikers value these signs as part of the backcountry experience rather than viewing them solely through a risk lens. Understanding animal behaviour patterns supports calm responses. For example, black bears that stand on hind legs are often attempting to improve their scent detection rather than preparing to attack. Recognizing such behaviours prevents unnecessary panic. Group travel slightly reduces wildlife encounter risk due to increased noise and presence. Solo hikers remain safe in most cases, but may choose to make additional noise in dense areas as a precaution. Food packaging choices influence scent management. Odor-resistant bags and sealed containers limit attractants. Simple habits such as avoiding leaving snacks accessible in tents make a measurable difference. Environmental awareness extends beyond safety. Observing wildlife respectfully from a distance enriches the experience. Using binoculars rather than approaching animals maintains both safety and ethical standards. Most importantly, wildlife encounters rarely explain why hikers fail to return. Navigation errors, weather shifts, terrain challenges and fatigue account for the majority of incidents. Wildlife often becomes a symbolic explanation because it feels tangible and dramatic. Maintaining realistic perspective allows hikers to prepare appropriately without exaggerating fear. Basic knowledge, proper food storage, and respect for animal space address most concerns effectively. And as wildlife considerations settle into context, attention gradually shifts towards something less visible, yet equally influential: the human mind itself. Isolation, stress, and extended time in unfamiliar environments affect perception and decision-making in ways that are subtle but significant, and exploring that psychological dimension adds another layer to understanding backcountry travel. Spending extended time in the Appalachian backcountry introduces something many people rarely experience in everyday life: sustained isolation. Not necessarily loneliness, though that can occur, but a consistent reduction in social interaction, artificial noise, and structured routine. The psychological effects of that environment vary widely. Some hikers find it calming almost immediately. Others notice subtle tension before settling into a different rhythm. Understanding how the mind responds to isolation helps explain why wilderness travel can feel both restorative and occasionally challenging at the same time. Human perception is shaped continuously by environmental input. In cities or towns, that input arrives constantly. Conversations, vehicles, electronic notifications, visual advertisements, and architectural structures provide frequent orientation cues. Remove those cues, and the brain begins recalibrating. Initially, some people interpret the reduced stimulation as unease. It is not danger, simply unfamiliar quiet. After several hours or days, many hikers report the opposite effect. The absence of constant interruption, allows attention to broaden. Sounds like wind through leaves, distant water flow, or bird movement become more noticeable. This shift often feels grounding rather than distracting. Researchers studying attention restoration suggest that natural environments support cognitive recovery by engaging in voluntary attention gently, without demanding rapid decision-making. Time perception changes alongside sensory input. Without clocks, meetings, or fixed schedules, hours can feel less segmented. Some hikers describe days blending together, especially on longer trips. That blending does not indicate confusion, it reflects reduced external time markers. Sunrise, meals, walking pace, and sunset gradually replace digital timekeeping as reference points. Isolation also affects internal dialogue. With fewer conversations occurring externally, internal thought becomes more prominent. For some, that leads to reflection, planning, or creative thinking. Writers, artists, and researchers sometimes intentionally seek such environments for this reason. Others notice worries or unresolved thoughts becoming more noticeable once distractions decrease. Fatigue interacts with these psychological effects. Physical exertion consumes energy. When combined with environmental unfamiliarity, mental resources may feel stretched. Decision-making requires slightly more effort. This is normal and tends to improve as hikers adjust to conditions. Sleep patterns often shift in wilderness settings. Natural light cycles influence circadian rhythms more directly without artificial lighting. Some people fall asleep earlier and wake earlier. Others experience disrupted sleep initially due to unfamiliar sounds or temperature variation. Adequate rest remains essential for maintaining clear judgment. Solitude differs from loneliness in important ways. Solitude involves voluntary time alone, often associated with relaxation or reflection. Loneliness involves unwanted social disconnection. Many hikers seek solitude intentionally, yet if plans change unexpectedly, that same solitude can feel less comfortable. Awareness of this distinction helps hikers monitor their emotional state realistically. Communication technology complicates isolation somewhat. Satellite communicators and occasional mobile signals allow contact even in remote areas. Some hikers maintain daily check-ins. Others prefer minimal communication to preserve immersion. Both approaches have psychological implications, influencing how isolated the experience feels. Group hiking introduces another psychological dynamic. Companionship provides support, conversation, and shared decision-making. At the same time, group dynamics require coordination. Differences in pace, energy, or expectations sometimes create mild tension. Open communication generally resolves these issues before they escalate. Solo hikers often develop routines that support psychological stability. Regular meal times, journaling, consistent campsite setup, and daily route planning create structure. Structure reduces uncertainty, which helps maintain calm focus. Environmental unfamiliarity also plays a role. Dense forests reduce long sight lines. Visual repetition makes orientation less obvious. For individuals accustomed to open spaces or urban grids, this visual uniformity can feel disorienting initially. Experience gradually reduces that sensation. Cognitive load theory helps explain some of these effects. When the brain processes unfamiliar information continuously, mental fatigue increases faster. Over time, as environments become familiar, cognitive load decreases. Hikers often report the first days feeling mentally busier than later days for this reason. Risk perception shifts under isolation too. Without immediate feedback from others, individuals rely more heavily on internal assessment. Some become overly cautious. Others become less cautious after repeated uneventful experiences. Balanced judgment develops through experience and education. Stress responses in wilderness settings differ from urban stress. Acute danger triggers adrenaline similarly in both environments. However, low-level environmental stress, such as uncertainty about weather or navigation, tends to produce quieter cognitive effects, increased vigilance, slightly elevated heart rate, and focused attention. Mindfulness practices intersect naturally with hiking. Paying attention to breathing during climbs, noticing sensory details, or observing thoughts without reacting strongly aligns with both meditation techniques and effective outdoor awareness. Many hikers adopt such practices informally. Emotional variability is normal. Moments of enjoyment, frustration, calm, and occasional anxiety can occur within a single day. Physical factors like hunger, dehydration, or fatigue influence mood significantly. Addressing those needs often resolves emotional fluctuations quickly. Memory formation appears enhanced in novel environments. Unfamiliar landscapes create distinct mental markers. Hikers often recall specific locations vividly even years later. Routine urban days sometimes blur together more easily by comparison. Decision-making quality benefits from deliberate pacing. Pausing to assess conditions rather than reacting immediately reduces error likelihood. Isolation encourages this slower decision cycle because external time pressure is often lower. Perceived self-reliance increases with experience. Successfully navigating minor challenges builds confidence. That confidence supports future outdoor participation and sometimes transfers to non-outdoor contexts. At the same time, overconfidence can develop if early experiences remain consistently positive. Outdoor education emphasizes humility precisely to counter that tendency. Acknowledging uncertainty maintains safer decision patterns. Environmental aesthetics influence psychological response strongly. Sunlight through trees, flowing water, and varied terrain generally produce positive emotional reactions. Extended periods of monotony, such as uniform dense forest without views, sometimes reduce perceived enjoyment temporarily. Soundscapes affect mood subtly. Continuous natural sounds tend to reduce perceived stress compared with intermittent artificial noise. Many hikers report improved concentration after extended exposure to natural sound environments. Cultural expectations shape interpretation too. Individuals raised with outdoor traditions often feel comfortable quickly. Those new to wilderness settings may require gradual exposure to build familiarity. Neither group has inherent advantage. Preparation bridges experience gaps. Training programs address psychological readiness alongside physical skills. Scenario-based exercises, navigation simulations, and group decision drills prepare hikers for uncertainty. These experiences reduce anxiety during actual trips. Emergency psychology receives specific attention in search and rescue training. Panic reduction techniques, clear communication protocols, and stress management strategies support both responders and individuals awaiting assistance. Personal identity sometimes shifts through extended wilderness travel. Completing long hikes or managing challenging conditions contributes to self-perception. Many hikers describe increased resilience and patience afterward. Social reintegration after extended trips occasionally feels noticeable. Urban noise, schedules, and social density may seem intense temporarily. Most people readjust quickly, though some continue seeking regular outdoor time. Technology abstinence during trips can influence attention span. Reduced screen exposure often correlates with improved focus afterward. Research in this area continues developing. but anecdotal reports are consistent. Safety planning integrates psychological considerations. Informing contacts of plans reduces anxiety for both hikers and families. Knowing communication options exist supports calm decision-making. Journaling remains a common practice. Recording observations, thoughts, and experiences provides emotional processing and memory reinforcement. Some hikers use voice recordings when writing feels impractical. Nutrition and hydration again intersect with psychology. Low blood sugar affects mood, concentration, and patience. Regular intake supports emotional stability. Weather exposure influences psychological comfort too. Extended rain or cold can reduce morale even without physical danger. Planning small comforts, like warm drinks or dry clothing, helps maintain positive outlook. Expectation management remains central. Recognizing that discomfort occasionally accompanies wilderness, travel prevents unrealistic comparisons with idealized imagery. Peer storytelling within hiking communities often includes both positive and challenging experiences. Balanced narratives prepare newcomers realistically without discouragement, and as the psychological landscape becomes clearer, attention naturally shifts toward what happens when isolation intersects with uncertainty in more practical terms. When someone is overdue or missing, structured search and rescue operations begin, and understanding how those efforts unfold adds another important perspective to the broader picture of Appalachian backcountry travel. When someone fails to return from a hike in the Appalachian backcountry at the expected time, the situation rarely begins with immediate alarm. Plans change, trails take longer than expected, weather delays movement, communication signals drop. Families and friends often wait a little while before assuming something is wrong. That initial period can feel uncertain, not dramatic, just a quiet question about timing. Yet once a person is officially considered missing, a structured system begins to move into place, one designed around efficiency, coordination, and careful assessment rather than urgency alone. Search and rescue operations, often shortened to SAR, operate through a combination of local authorities, park services, volunteer organizations, and sometimes specialized federal resources. The exact structure varies by state and land jurisdiction. National parks follow federal protocols. State forests rely on regional agencies. Volunteer teams frequently provide essential expertise, especially in terrain-specific navigation. The first step usually involves information gathering. Search coordinators speak with family members, hiking companions, park rangers, or anyone who last had contact with a missing person. They collect details about planned routes, equipment carried, physical fitness, medical conditions, previous hiking experience, and any communication received during the trip. Even small details like preferred campsite types or usual walking pace help refine the search plan. Timing plays a critical role. If someone reported an exact itinerary before departure, search areas narrow quickly. Without that information, teams must consider multiple possible routes. The Appalachian backcountry includes intersecting trails, side paths, old logging roads, and informal tracks created over time. Each potential branch expands the search radius. Weather conditions influence early decisions. Severe weather may delay aerial searches temporarily while ground teams prepare. Conversely, mild conditions allow rapid deployment. Forecasts also inform assumptions about how far a missing hiker might have travelled. Equipment considerations shape expectations. A hiker carrying full overnight gear may remain mobile longer than someone equipped only for a short day hike. Water availability, clothing layers, Navigation tools and communication devices all factor into predictive modelling used by search planners. Predictive modelling itself has become increasingly sophisticated. SAR coordinators use historical data about lost person behaviour. Patterns emerge over decades. For example, experienced hikers who realise they are disoriented often stay near trails or water sources. Children behave differently. Individuals under stress sometimes move unpredictably. Understanding these tendencies improves search efficiency. Ground search teams form the backbone of most operations. Volunteers and professionals move systematically through designated grid sections. They watch for footprints, disturbed vegetation, discarded items, or audible signals. Progress can be slow due to terrain complexity, yet methodical coverage prevents missed areas. Canine search units provide additional capability. Specially trained dogs detect human scent across varied terrain. Handlers interpret canine behaviour carefully. Weather, time elapsed, and terrain influence scent persistence. But dogs often locate clues invisible to human searchers. Aerial support enhances perspective when available. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging cameras sometimes identify heat signatures in cooler conditions. Dense forest canopy limits effectiveness, yet open ridges, clearings, or water edges may provide visibility. Fixed-wing aircraft occasionally assist in broader reconnaissance. Technology continues evolving in this field. Some hikers carry personal locator beacons or satellite messaging devices. When activated, these transmit GPS coordinates directly to emergency services. Such devices significantly shorten response time when used correctly. However, not all hikers carry them, and battery management remains important. Communication infrastructure during SR operations is extensive. Radio networks coordinate ground teams, aviation units, command posts, and medical responders. Clear communication protocols reduce confusion and ensure safety among search personnel themselves. Safety of search teams remains a priority. Terrain that challenges hikers challenges rescuers as well. Coordinators balance urgency with risk management. Exhaustion, weather exposure, and navigation hazards affect everyone involved. Public involvement sometimes enters the process. Volunteers from local communities may assist under supervision. However, uncontrolled volunteer searches can complicate operations by disturbing evidence or creating additional safety concerns. Structured integration remains essential. Media coverage varies depending on circumstances. High-profile cases attract national attention. Others remain local. Media can help generate leads, yet it also introduces pressure. SAR coordinators typically focus on operational effectiveness rather than publicity. Time perception shifts during search operations. Families experience waiting intensely. Search teams operate on planned shifts, often around the clock. Coordination centres maintain continuous activity even when field teams rotate. Psychological support for families becomes part of the process. Liaison officers provide updates, explain procedures, and offer realistic expectations. Clear communication reduces uncertainty, though it cannot eliminate emotional strain. Statistically, most missing hikers are located within a few days. Many are found safe, sometimes having taken shelter due to weather, lost temporarily but self-correcting, or delayed by minor injuries. Search success rates remain high overall. Medical response integrates closely with SAR. Once located, individuals receive on-site assessment. Dehydration, hypothermia, minor injuries, or exhaustion are common findings. Severe cases prompt air evacuation when possible. Otherwise, ground transport proceeds carefully. Documentation follows every operation. SR teams analyse what worked well and what could improve. Lessons inform training, equipment procurement, and procedural updates. Continuous learning shapes future effectiveness. Training for SAR personnel is extensive. Navigation skills, wilderness medicine, rope rescue techniques, communication protocols, and psychological preparedness form core components. Regular drills maintain readiness. Funding structures vary. Some teams rely heavily on volunteers and donations. Government agencies allocate budgets where possible. Equipment, training, and logistics require sustained support. Environmental ethics remain part of SAR planning. Minimizing ecological impact while conducting thorough searches requires careful route selection and waste management. Community awareness programs often follow incidents. Educational outreach encourages hikers to leave trip plans, carry appropriate gear, and understand environmental conditions. Prevention remains more efficient than response. International collaboration occasionally occurs when hikers from other countries go missing. Consular services coordinate with local authorities. Cultural communication considerations sometimes arise. Legal aspects exist, but typically focus on safety rather than blame. Investigations may review whether trails, signage, or infrastructure require improvement. Liability discussions remain secondary to rescue priorities. Advancements in mapping technology assist both hikers and rescuers. High-resolution terrain data, satellite imagery, and updated trail databases improve situational awareness. Personal preparedness strongly influences SR outcomes. Clear itineraries, communication plans, appropriate gear, and navigation competence shorten search duration significantly. Weather remains one of the largest variables. Storms obscure tracks, reduce visibility, and complicate aerial operations. Rapid deployment before severe weather often improves success. Night operations continue when safe, though terrain hazards increase. Lighting equipment, GPS coordination, and experienced personnel mitigate risks. Family cooperation provides essential information. Accurate gear descriptions, clothing colors, and recent photographs help searchers identify individuals quickly. Search phases evolve over time. Initial hasty searches focus on likely locations. Extended searches broaden coverage. Eventually, operations transition into investigative or monitoring phases if immediate location proves difficult. Throughout all stages, professionalism and persistence characterize SAR culture. Teams train extensively precisely because wilderness environments remain unpredictable. Understanding how these operations function also highlights the importance of early awareness. The sooner someone is reported overdue, the more options remain open. That realization naturally leads into another closely related factor: how time itself influences survival outcomes in wilderness situations, particularly during the first critical hours after someone becomes lost or delayed. When someone becomes lost or overdue in the Appalachian backcountry, one of the most important factors influencing outcomes is time, not in a dramatic or cinematic sense, but in a steady, practical way. Minutes turn into hours, hours turn into a full day. Each passing period affects temperature exposure, hydration levels, fatigue, navigation clarity, and the likelihood of successful location by search teams. The first 24 hours often shape the entire trajectory of a missing person situation, which is why both hikers and search professionals place so much emphasis on early awareness and response. Time affects the human body quickly, once normal routines are interrupted. Hydration provides a clear example. Many hikers carry sufficient water for planned distances, sometimes with purification tools for refilling. If someone becomes disoriented and extends their time outdoors unexpectedly, water planning shifts from routine to critical. Mild dehydration can develop within hours, particularly during humid Appalachian summers or on steep terrain where exertion increases perspiration. Dehydration does not always feel dramatic at first. Thirst increases gradually. Cognitive clarity may decrease slightly. Decision-making becomes slower. Over time, coordination and endurance decline. These effects can complicate navigation and increase fatigue, reinforcing the importance of early problem recognition. Temperature exposure interacts with time in equally important ways. During warm months, overheating or heat exhaustion can develop if someone continues exertion without adequate rest and hydration. Conversely, cooler evenings, rain, or wind increase hypothermia risk even in seasons not traditionally associated with cold weather. Appalachian humidity accelerates heat loss once clothing becomes wet. The body's energy reserves also influence outcomes. Most hikers carry snacks or meals appropriate for planned durations. Unexpected delays stretch those supplies. Blood sugar levels drop gradually without intake, affecting mood, focus, and physical stamina. Regular small meals typically maintain steadier energy, but if supplies run low, conservation strategies become necessary. Fatigue accumulates predictably over time. Physical exertion, environmental stress, and psychological uncertainty all contribute. Early in an unplanned delay, a hiker may feel confident about resolving the situation quickly. As hours pass, fatigue may complicate navigation decisions or reduce willingness to backtrack effectively. Light cycles provide another critical time marker. Daylight offers visibility for navigation, terrain assessment, and signalling. Once darkness falls, those advantages diminish. Headlamps restore some visibility, yet depth perception decreases and energy consumption rises. Planning around daylight becomes essential once schedules shift unexpectedly. From a search and rescue perspective, the first 24 hours provide the clearest behavioural patterns. Tracks remain fresher, environmental disturbances remain visible, weather has had less time to obscure clues. Communication devices, if present, may still retain battery power. Each passing hour gradually reduces these advantages. Communication timing plays a significant role. When hikers leave detailed itineraries, missed check-in times trigger earlier concern. Families or friends contacting authorities promptly allow SAR teams to deploy sooner. Delays in reporting sometimes extend search areas unnecessarily because the last known position becomes less precise. Technology influences this timing dynamic. Satellite communicators, GPS beacons, and even occasional mobile signals allow hikers to update plans or request assistance early. Battery management remains essential, but these tools have improved response speed compared with previous decades. Psychological factors interact with time in subtle ways. Initially, individuals may assume they can resolve navigation issues independently. That confidence often proves accurate. However, if uncertainty persists, stress responses may develop. Elevated stress can narrow attention, reduce problem-solving flexibility, and influence risk assessment. Maintaining calm early in an unexpected situation supports clearer thinking. Many wilderness training programs emphasize pausing, assessing, and making deliberate decisions rather than reacting quickly. This approach conserves both energy and cognitive resources. Shelter considerations become increasingly important as time extends. Exposure to rain, wind, or cold overnight significantly affects physical condition. Even simple improvised shelters reduce heat loss and improve rest quality. Many hikers carry emergency blankets or lightweight shelters specifically for such contingencies. Water sourcing strategies also shift over time. Streams and springs common in the Appalachians provide potential refill points, yet purification remains important. Consuming untreated water carries illness risks that may manifest later, but are generally less immediate than dehydration. Navigation decisions evolve as well. Early recognition of disorientation often leads to backtracking successfully. Delayed recognition may result in greater deviation from planned routes. Accepting uncertainty early usually simplifies correction. Search team modeling incorporates time variables explicitly. Statistical data about lost person behavior show that individuals often travel certain distances before stopping, depending on experienced terrain and conditions. Early deployment aligns search resources with those patterns more effectively. Environmental factors can accelerate time sensitivity. Incoming storms, drop in temperatures, or rising water levels increase urgency. Conversely, mild stable weather provides a slightly broader safety margin, though preparedness remains important regardless. Medical conditions introduce additional time considerations. Individuals with chronic illnesses, injuries, or medication requirements face narrower windows before complications arise. Informing companions or leaving medical information with trip plans assists responders if needed. Equipment durability also relates to time. Footwear breakdown, clothing saturation, and gear malfunction become more significant as exposure lengthens. Routine equipment checks during trips help identify issues early. Nutrition management during extended delays emphasizes rationing. Small frequent intake maintains energy better than infrequent large meals. Hydration remains paired with nutrition for optimal physiological function. Circadian rhythm disruption sometimes occurs during unexpected overnight stays. Reduced sleep quality affects cognition the following day. Recognizing this helps individuals pace themselves realistically rather than pushing aggressively. Environmental awareness improves signaling opportunities over time. Choosing visible locations, using whistles, reflective materials, or fires where permitted increases detectability. Early signaling often shortens search duration. Family and community response timing influences operational scale. Prompt reporting narrows search areas. Delayed reporting requires broader resource deployment. Education about leaving itineraries supports earlier awareness. Training simulations frequently emphasize the 24-hour window precisely because outcomes correlate strongly with early action. Wilderness medicine courses teach stabilization techniques intended for that initial period. Historical incident analysis reinforces these patterns. Cases with early communication or reporting generally resolve faster. Cases with delayed awareness often involve extended searches even when individuals remain relatively close to trails. Psychological resilience during this period depends partly on expectation management. Understanding that help may take time reduces frustration. Focusing on manageable tasks, hydration, shelter, navigation reassessment, maintains constructive engagement. Weather forecasting awareness helps anticipate upcoming conditions. Even without active communication, observing cloud patterns, wind shifts, and temperature changes provides cues. Hydrological awareness becomes relevant if delays approach multiple days. Identifying reliable water sources supports extended survival until assistance arrives. Clothing maintenance during prolonged exposure matters too. Keeping dry layers protected, adjusting ventilation, and repairing minor damage extend comfort and safety. Community education campaigns increasingly emphasize the trip plan concept. Leaving route details, expected return times, and contingency plans significantly shortens response time when needed. Experience modifies perception of time outdoors. Seasoned hikers often monitor conditions proactively, reducing the chance of extended uncertainty. Novices may rely more heavily on schedules without environmental adjustment. Emergency equipment design reflects time sensitivity. Compact shelters, energy-dense foods, lightweight water filters, and signaling devices prioritize early stabilization during unexpected delays. Understanding the role of time does not imply alarm. It simply highlights how quickly ordinary factors accumulate. Preparation, awareness, and communication consistently improve outcomes. And as time's influence becomes clearer, attention naturally moves toward the practical factors that support survival during those early hours and days outdoors. Shelter, water, temperature regulation, and fatigue management form the core of that next layer, shaping how individuals cope while awaiting orientation recovery or assistance. When conversations turn toward survival in the Appalachian backcountry, the discussion often becomes calmer and more practical than dramatic. Survival in this context rarely means extreme scenarios. More often it means staying safe, warm, hydrated, and clear-headed long enough to find the trail again, reach assistance, or simply wait comfortably until help arrives. 4 factors tend to shape those outcomes more than anything else: shelter, water, temperature regulation, and fatigue management. Each one interacts with the others quietly, and small adjustments in any of them can make a significant difference. Shelter is usually the first priority once someone realizes plans have changed unexpectedly. In the Appalachian region, weather exposure can shift quickly, even during seasons people consider mild. Rain, wind, fog, or sudden temperature drops create discomfort first and potential risk later. A basic shelter does not need to be elaborate. Even simple protection from wind and moisture reduces heat loss, improves rest quality, and helps maintain morale. Many hikers carry lightweight tents, tarps, or bivy sacks as part of normal gear. These items are designed to pack small but deploy quickly. Knowing how to set them up before they are urgently needed makes a noticeable difference. Practice reduces setup time and frustration, particularly in fading light or wet conditions. Natural shelter options also exist. Dense tree cover reduces wind exposure. Rock overhangs provide partial rain protection. Terrain depressions sometimes block wind, though they may collect moisture, so evaluation matters. Choosing locations away from potential flooding areas, falling branches, or unstable slopes adds another layer of safety. Ground insulation often receives less attention than overhead shelter, yet it plays a major role in temperature regulation. The ground conducts heat away from the body faster than air. Sleeping pads, spare clothing, or even dry leaves placed beneath a resting area reduce that heat transfer. Small insulation measures improve comfort noticeably. Water, the second major factor, influences both physical and cognitive performance quickly. The Appalachian backcountry contains many streams, springs and rivers, yet availability varies by season, recent rainfall and elevation. Some water sources marked on maps may run low during dry periods. Conversely, heavy rain can create temporary sources not normally present. Purification remains important. Even clear mountain streams may contain microorganisms. Portable filters, purification tablets, or boiling when feasible reduce illness risk. Dehydration poses a more immediate concern than most waterborne illnesses, but prevention of both remains part of responsible preparation. Hydration strategies benefit from regular intake rather than waiting for strong thirst. Small, frequent sips maintain steady fluid balance. Electrolyte replacement sometimes becomes relevant during prolonged exertion, especially in humid conditions where sweat loss increases. Water conservation techniques also matter when supplies run low. Reducing exertion during the hottest parts of the day, seeking shade and pacing movement help limit fluid loss. Planning movement around known water sources when possible adds predictability. Temperature regulation connects closely with both shelter and hydration. The Appalachian climate often includes humidity, which complicates heat management in summer and accelerates chilling when clothing becomes wet in cooler weather. Layered clothing systems help manage this variability. Base layers that wick moisture away from skin reduce cooling from evaporation. Insulating layers trap body heat. Outer shells block wind and rain. Adjusting layers proactively rather than reactively maintains comfort more efficiently. Waiting until already overheated or chilled makes recovery slower. Wet clothing deserves particular attention. Changing into dry layers when possible reduces heat loss dramatically. Protecting spare clothing in waterproof storage ensures availability when needed. Even partial dryness improves comfort and energy conservation. Wind exposure, especially on ridges, increases heat loss beyond what temperature alone suggests. Windbreaks, whether natural or gear-based, reduce this effect. Conversely, in hot conditions, light airflow aids cooling, understanding that balance develops with experience. Seasonal variation influences temperature strategies. Summer hikes emphasize hydration, sun protection, and ventilation. Autumn and spring require flexible layering due to variable temperatures. Winter conditions demand insulation, traction devices, and awareness of ice hazards. Fatigue ties all these factors together. Physical exhaustion reduces coordination, slows decision-making, and affects emotional resilience. Fatigue builds gradually through exertion, environmental exposure, and stress. Managing it proactively supports overall safety. Regular rest breaks help maintain endurance. Short pauses every hour or two allow muscles to recover, hydration to stabilize, and navigation awareness to reset. Extended breaks during challenging terrain prevent cumulative strain. Nutrition supports fatigue management directly. Energy-dense foods that are easy to consume on the move help maintain blood sugar levels. Complex carbohydrates, proteins, and fats all play roles. Many hikers favor foods that require minimal preparation during active travel. Sleep quality influences fatigue more than most people anticipate. Even a single night of poor sleep affects balance and attention the following day. Adequate insulation, shelter from wind, and hydration improve rest conditions. Psychological fatigue also develops. Decision-making under uncertainty requires mental energy. Maintaining simple routines, checking gear, monitoring hydration, reviewing navigation, reduces cognitive load by creating predictable patterns. Foot care intersects with fatigue strongly. Blisters, sore joints, or minor injuries alter gait, increasing overall exertion. Addressing small issues early prevents larger mobility problems. Proper footwear fit, sock changes, and foot hygiene contribute significantly. Pack weight influences fatigue accumulation as well. Carrying only necessary gear reduces strain, yet eliminating essential safety items creates other risks. Finding balance develops through experience and realistic trip assessment. Environmental observation helps anticipate fatigue triggers. Steep climbs, rough terrain, or extreme weather require pacing adjustments. Slowing early often prevents later exhaustion. Group hiking distributes fatigue unevenly sometimes. Individuals have different endurance levels. Open communication allows pacing adjustments that keep groups cohesive without overexerting any member. Solo hikers often develop internal pacing cues, heart rate awareness, breathing rhythm, and muscle feedback guide rest timing. Experience refines these signals over time. Hydration and nutrition again reinforce fatigue management. Even mild deficits affect endurance. Many experienced hikers set reminders to eat and drink regularly, regardless of immediate appetite. Emergency scenarios emphasize conserving energy. Once someone recognizes they are lost or delayed, minimizing unnecessary movement often preserves strength. Shelter establishment, hydration, and signaling become priorities over continued travel without clear direction. Signaling methods, whistles, mirrors, bright clothing, or fires where permitted, require less energy than extensive wandering. Search teams locate stationary individuals more efficiently in many cases. Medical considerations integrate with fatigue. Pre-existing conditions, medication schedules, or injury risk factors shape endurance. Informing companions or leaving medical information with trip plans supports response if needed. Training programs in wilderness, first aid emphasize these survival factors consistently. Stabilize shelter, maintain hydration, regulate temperature, and manage energy before addressing less immediate concerns. Cultural knowledge within hiking communities reinforces similar priorities. Experienced hikers often share practical tips informally. Keep rain gear accessible, snack before hunger intensifies, rest before exhaustion sets in. Technological tools complement but do not replace these fundamentals. GPS devices assist navigation. Satellite communicators provide contact options. Yet shelter, water, temperature regulation and fatigue management remain primary, regardless of technology. Environmental ethics remain relevant even during survival situations. Minimizing long-term ecological impact while ensuring safety reflects responsible outdoor practice. Most guidelines allow reasonable flexibility when health is at stake. Understanding these survival factors does not imply constant danger. Instead, it highlights how preparation and awareness transform uncertainty into manageable variables. Most hikers apply these principles routinely without incident, and as these practical considerations settle into place, attention naturally begins shifting toward another dimension of the Appalachian backcountry experience, the stories that linger. Some incidents resolve quickly and quietly, others leave unanswered questions, not always mysterious, but complex enough that they continue to be discussed within hiking communities and search organizations alike. When people talk about the Appalachian backcountry over long periods of time, certain stories tend to surface again and again. Not dramatic legends or fictional accounts, but real situations where hikers disappeared, were found much later than expected, or were never located at all. These cases usually resist simple explanations. That does not necessarily mean something extraordinary happened. Often it means information remained incomplete, environmental factors erased clues, or timelines became uncertain. Still, those stories linger in collective memory because they remind everyone how complex large wilderness areas can be. It is important to approach these situations carefully. Most disappearances do not involve mystery in the sensational sense. They involve terrain or weather, navigation errors, health issues, or a chain of small decisions interacting with environmental conditions. Yet when evidence remains partial, people naturally try to fill gaps with speculation. Responsible discussion focuses on what is known, what remains uncertain, and how those lessons influence future safety practices. One consistent pattern across unresolved cases involves navigation drift. A hiker intends to follow a clear trail but gradually deviates. The deviation may begin with something simple, stepping aside briefly to avoid mud, photograph scenery, or follow what looks like a continuation of the path. Forest terrain sometimes offers multiple similar-looking routes. Once off the main trail, visual repetition makes correction harder. Without clear landmarks, orientation becomes challenging quickly. Weather often compounds this situation. Fog reduces visibility. Rain obscures footprints. Snow covers trails entirely. Each factor reduces the number of clues search teams can rely on later. Even when search efforts begin promptly, environmental change sometimes alters the landscape faster than expected. Fatigue plays another quiet role. Long hikes accumulate physical strain. Decision-making under fatigue shifts subtly. Someone might continue moving when resting would improve clarity. They might choose a shortcut that appears efficient but leads into more complex terrain. These are not reckless decisions, just normal human responses under exertion. There have been cases where hikers carried adequate gear, knew the area well, and still encountered difficulty. Familiarity occasionally leads to reduced vigilance. People skip double-checking navigation or weather forecasts because previous trips went smoothly. Most of the time, that confidence proves justified. Occasionally, conditions differ just enough to create complications. Health-related factors sometimes emerge later in investigations. Dehydration, minor injuries, altitude fatigue, or pre-existing medical conditions influence mobility and cognition. Not all conditions are immediately obvious. A hiker experiencing dizziness or joint pain may slow down significantly without communicating the issue if hiking solo. Communication gaps often extend uncertainty. Many hikers leave trip plans with friends or family, yet details vary in precision. A general statement like hiking in the Smokies this weekend covers a large area. More specific itineraries improve search accuracy, but not everyone provides them. Technology has reduced some uncertainty but introduced new variables. GPS devices fail occasionally. Phones lose battery or signal. Digital maps sometimes lag behind trail changes. Reliance on technology without backup navigation skills occasionally contributes to confusion. Search teams frequently locate missing hikers within days. Those successful recoveries often receive less attention than unresolved cases, yet they provide valuable data about behavior patterns. Many found hikers report realizing they were off course, but attempting to correct direction independently before seeking help. In a smaller number of cases, remains are discovered months or years later. Environmental conditions affect preservation. Dense vegetation conceals locations. Animal activity and seasonal changes alter landscapes. Discovery often happens accidentally during unrelated activities. These delayed discoveries sometimes clarify what likely occurred. Terrain features, weather records, and personal equipment found nearby help reconstruct events. Even then, exact timelines remain uncertain. Families and communities experience prolonged ambiguity when answers remain incomplete. Search organizations often maintain periodic monitoring even after active search phases end. Hikers occasionally report items or observations long after initial incidents. Historical cases from earlier decades illustrate how much search capability has improved. Before GPS, satellite imagery, and coordinated volunteer networks, search areas were broader and less precise. Some older disappearances might resolve differently today simply due to technological advancement. Terrain complexity explains much of the persistence of unanswered questions. The Appalachian backcountry includes steep hollows, dense rhododendron thickets, rocky outcrops, and extensive forest canopy. Visibility from the air is limited in many areas. Ground searches require methodical coverage, which takes time. Waterways complicate matters further. Streams change course gradually. Flooding redistributes debris. Items carried by water may appear far from original locations. Hydrology studies occasionally assist investigations by modelling potential movement patterns. Seasonal cycles influence both incidents and searches. Autumn leaf fall conceals ground features. Winter snow obscures tracks. Spring growth hides visual markers. Summer vegetation density reduces sight lines. Timing relative to these cycles affects search efficiency. There are also cases involving long-distance hikers who planned extended journeys. When communication intervals stretch to weeks, determining the exact time a problem began becomes harder. Fellow hikers along the route sometimes provide last known sightings, but those observations vary in precision. Psychological factors intersect with extended solitude. Some hikers intentionally alter routes or schedules for personal reasons, sometimes without updating contacts. This autonomy is part of wilderness travel's appeal, but introduces uncertainty if communication stops. Environmental hazards occasionally contribute indirectly. Rockfalls, unstable slopes, or sudden weather events alter terrain unexpectedly. Evidence may remain subtle or erode quickly. Animal activity rarely causes disappearance directly, yet it affects evidence preservation. Scavenging disperses items, tracks overlap. Investigators account for these factors, but certainty sometimes remains limited. Search documentation typically focuses on factual reconstruction rather than speculation. Terrain mapping, equipment analysis, and timeline estimation guide conclusions. When data remain insufficient, official reports reflect that uncertainty. Public discussion sometimes drifts toward dramatic explanations. Media coverage occasionally emphasizes mystery to attract attention. Experienced search professionals usually redirect focus toward practical safety lessons rather than unresolved speculation. Education programs often incorporate case studies specifically for this reason. Examining how navigation errors occurred, how weather influenced decisions, or how communication gaps delayed response helps hikers prepare more effectively. Community memory of these cases also reinforces preparedness culture. Trail associations emphasize trip planning, emergency communication, and conservative decision-making, partly because of past incidents. It is also worth noting that some disappearances ultimately involve voluntary decisions unrelated to hiking difficulty. Individuals occasionally choose solitude intentionally for personal reasons. Such situations require careful distinction from accidental incidents. Legal and privacy considerations sometimes limit information released publicly. Families may request discretion. Investigations protect sensitive details. This contributes to perceived mystery even when explanations exist privately. Technology continues to evolve in response to these challenges. Improved satellite tracking, lighter emergency beacons, and enhanced mapping tools gradually reduce uncertainty. Adoption rates increase as equipment becomes more accessible. Volunteer search organizations expand training continuously. Wilderness medicine, drone operation, advanced navigation, and psychological support skills all contribute to modern SR effectiveness. Cultural storytelling about the Appalachians includes both admiration and caution. The mountains are neither hostile nor benign. They simply operate according to environmental conditions. Understanding that balance helps contextualize unresolved cases without exaggeration. Personal accounts from hikers who were temporarily lost often describe similar patterns: initial confidence, gradual uncertainty, eventual realization, then either successful self-correction or assistance from search teams. Those narratives provide practical insight. Families affected by unresolved cases sometimes become advocates for outdoor safety education. Their involvement adds human perspective beyond statistics or procedural discussions. Academic researchers occasionally study lost person incidents to improve predictive modelling. Behavioural science, geography, and environmental psychology all contribute data. Findings inform both prevention strategies and search planning. Environmental conservation intersects indirectly. Well-maintained trails, clear signage, and updated maps reduce navigation errors. Funding for these efforts supports both recreation and safety. Public awareness campaigns increasingly emphasize simple steps: leave a detailed itinerary, carry basic emergency gear, monitor weather, and communicate changes. These measures consistently correlate with positive outcomes. Despite all preparation, uncertainty cannot be eliminated entirely. Wilderness travel inherently involves variables beyond full control. Accepting that reality encourages humility and attentiveness rather than anxiety. Understanding unresolved cases in this grounded way shifts focus from mystery toward learning. Each situation contributes data, experience, and perspective that strengthen future preparedness. And as those lingering stories settle into a broader understanding, attention gradually turns toward the tools people rely on today. Technology, navigation devices, and communication systems promise greater security, yet they bring their own limitations, which naturally leads into considering how modern equipment both helps and occasionally complicates wilderness travel in the Appalachian backcountry. When modern hikers step into the Appalachian backcountry, they often carry more technology than previous generations could have imagined. Smartphones with detailed maps, GPS devices that pinpoint location within meters, satellite communicators capable of sending emergency signals from remote valleys, weather apps, fitness trackers, and digital compasses all promise increased awareness and safety. These tools genuinely help. They have shortened search times, improved navigation accuracy, and allowed families to stay connected even across large wilderness areas. Yet technology, like any tool, has limits, and understanding those limits quietly becomes just as important as learning how to use the devices themselves. GPS navigation, for example, has transformed wilderness travel. A handheld receiver or smartphone can display exact coordinates, elevation, route tracks, and nearby landmarks. For many hikers, this reduces anxiety about orientation. It allows quick confirmation of location relative to trails, water sources, or campsites. When used thoughtfully, GPS reduces the chance of wandering far off course. But GPS relies on several underlying conditions. Satellite signals must reach the receiver clearly. Dense forest canopy, steep valleys, heavy cloud cover, or rocky overhangs can interfere slightly with signal strength. Usually the system compensates, but temporary inaccuracies occur. Most hikers notice this as small position drift on mapping apps, where the device briefly shows them slightly off the trail even when they are standing still. Battery life remains one of the most practical constraints. Continuous GPS tracking, bright screens, cold temperatures, and background apps drain power quickly. Phones used for photography, navigation, messaging, and emergency communication may run low sooner than expected. Carrying spare batteries or portable chargers helps, but those add weight and require their own management. Cold weather affects batteries disproportionately. Lithium-ion batteries lose efficiency in low temperatures. Devices stored in outer pockets sometimes shut down even when they showed adequate charge earlier. Many experienced hikers keep electronics close to the body in colder conditions to preserve warmth and extend functionality. Digital maps offer convenience but vary in accuracy. Trail reroutes, erosion, fallen trees, and seasonal closures may not appear immediately on mapping platforms. Crowd-sourced updates improve data over time, yet reliance on the most recent local information remains important. Cross-checking digital maps with physical maps provides redundancy. Physical maps, though sometimes seen as outdated, require no power and function reliably in all temperatures. Learning to read contour lines, scale, and symbols remains a valuable complement to digital navigation. Compass skills similarly provide independence from electronic systems. Smartphones combine multiple functions into one device, which increases convenience but concentrates risk. Losing a phone means losing navigation, communication, photography, and sometimes emergency signaling simultaneously. Protective cases, waterproof storage, and careful handling reduce this risk. Cellular coverage varies widely across the Appalachian region. Some ridges offer intermittent signal due to line of sight with distant towers. Valleys, dense forests, and remote sections often provide none. Coverage maps give general guidance but cannot guarantee connectivity in specific terrain features. Satellite communicators fill some of that gap. Devices like personal locator beacons or two-way satellite messengers allow emergency contact almost anywhere with open sky visibility. These tools have improved response time significantly in remote incidents. However, they still require clear sky exposure and sufficient battery power. Emergency signaling devices usually include subscription services, understanding activation procedures, emergency contacts, and service limitations before entering the backcountry prevents confusion later. Practice messages during non-emergency situations help users become familiar with device behavior. Weather apps provide forecasts that assist trip planning, yet mountain weather remains complex. Microclimates shift faster than regional forecasts capture. Updating forecasts during trips helps, but interpreting environmental cues such as cloud formation, wind shifts, and humidity remains valuable. Photography technology shapes how people experience wilderness too. High-quality smartphone cameras encourage frequent stops. Photography enriches memory and documentation but can distract from navigation awareness if attention narrows excessively. Balance develops with experience. Fitness trackers and smartwatches offer heart rate monitoring, distance tracking, and elevation data. These features support pacing decisions and health awareness. Still, they depend on battery life and sensor accuracy, which varies under environmental conditions. Headlamps, though simpler than many devices, illustrate technology reliability well. LED lighting dramatically improved visibility compared with older flashlights. Yet even these require spare batteries, waterproofing, and regular checks. Redundant light sources remain standard safety practice. Navigation apps often include offline capabilities. Downloading maps before trips ensures functionality without signal. Many incidents occur when hikers assume maps will load automatically in remote areas. Pre-trip preparation reduces that risk. Digital compasses within phones sometimes experience calibration drift. Magnetic interference from metallic objects, cases, or nearby electronics affects accuracy. Traditional compasses remain less susceptible to such interference when used properly. Drone technology occasionally assists search and rescue operations. Aerial imagery helps scan open areas quickly. Dense canopy limits effectiveness, but drones complement other methods. Recreational drone use by hikers, however, often faces regulations to protect wildlife and privacy. Emergency contact features built into phones allow location sharing with designated contacts. When signal exists, this simplifies check-ins. Understanding how to activate these features beforehand avoids delays. Data privacy considerations also arise. Location sharing, app permissions, and device security matter even in remote settings. Lost devices may expose personal information if not secured appropriately. Navigation reliability depends partly on user skill. Technology provides data, but interpretation remains human. Misreading a digital map or misinterpreting GPS direction occasionally leads to incorrect decisions. Training reduces such errors. Redundancy forms a recurring principle. Carrying both digital and analog navigation tools ensures backup. Extra batteries, spare lights, and printed emergency contacts add layers of security. Maintenance habits support reliability. Charging devices fully before trips, updating software, checking waterproof seals, and inspecting cables prevent avoidable failures. Weight considerations influence technology choices. Ultralight hikers minimize gear, sometimes including electronics. Others prioritize safety redundancy. Personal comfort with risk shapes these decisions. Environmental impact intersects with technology use. Bright lights, drone noise, and electronic waste affect wildlife and ecosystems. Responsible use respects both safety and conservation. Training courses increasingly include technology modules. Wilderness navigation classes now cover GPS operation alongside compass skills. SAR organizations train personnel in both traditional and digital methods. Community knowledge sharing helps newcomers. Online forums, hiking clubs, and outdoor retailers provide practical advice about device selection and usage. Technology also shapes expectations. Continuous connectivity in urban life creates assumptions about availability. Wilderness travel challenges those assumptions gently, encouraging adaptability. Psychological comfort sometimes increases simply from carrying communication devices, even if unused. Knowing help is accessible supports calm decision-making. However, over-reliance can reduce attentiveness. If hikers assume devices will solve all problems, they may pay less attention to environmental cues. Balanced reliance maintains awareness. Innovation continues. Solar charging panels, improved battery chemistries, lighter satellite devices, and enhanced mapping software appear regularly. Adoption gradually expands safety margins. Cost remains a factor. Not all hikers can access advanced devices. Safety education therefore emphasizes skills alongside equipment. Emergency drills occasionally incorporate technology failure scenarios. Practicing navigation without electronics builds confidence. Ultimately, technology supports wilderness travel rather than replacing judgment. Preparation, observation, and adaptability remain central regardless of devices carried. And as the role of technology settles into perspective, another related factor naturally comes forward. Whether hiking alone or with others changes how people use these tools, make decisions, and respond to challenges, which leads naturally into considering how group dynamics versus solo travel shape the backcountry experience. When people think about hiking in the Appalachian backcountry, one of the first decisions they often make is whether to go alone or with others. That choice shapes almost everything that follows, from pacing and decision-making to risk perception and emotional experience. Neither approach is inherently better. Both solo hiking and group hiking offer advantages, and both introduce specific challenges that experienced hikers learn to manage gradually. Group hiking usually begins with shared planning. Routes are discussed, gear lists compared, weather checked collectively. That process distributes responsibility. If one person forgets a detail, another may notice. Multiple perspectives often improve preparation quality. It also creates a built-in communication system. If conditions change, discussion happens naturally. Pacing within groups tends to vary. People walk at different speeds, rest at different intervals, and respond differently to terrain. Successful groups usually establish expectations early. Some adopt a slowest hiker sets the pace approach. Others use designated meeting points along the trail. Clear agreements reduce the chance of accidental separation. Separation itself represents a common small mistake that can grow if unnoticed. A faster hiker may move ahead briefly. A slower hiker pauses longer than expected. Dense vegetation, bends in trails, or elevation changes obscure line of sight quickly. Maintaining periodic visual or verbal contact helps prevent confusion. Communication style influences group effectiveness. Some groups discuss every decision openly. Others rely on an informal leader. Both structures can work, provided expectations remain clear. Silence sometimes creates assumptions that everyone understands the plan when that is not always the case. Shared equipment offers both efficiency and complexity. One stove instead of several reduces pack weight, but it also means everyone depends on that single item. Backup planning addresses such dependencies. Many groups distribute critical gear redundantly despite the added weight. Emotional support represents a significant advantage of group travel. Encouragement during steep climbs, shared meals, and conversation reduce perceived effort. Psychological research suggests that shared experiences often feel less demanding than identical solo tasks. This effect contributes to endurance. At the same time, group dynamics introduce social variables. Differences in expectations, energy levels, or risk tolerance occasionally produce tension. Open communication usually resolves these issues, but it requires awareness and willingness to speak honestly. Decision-making in groups can sometimes slow down. Reaching consensus takes time. That delay often improves safety by encouraging thorough discussion. Occasionally, however, groups continue despite concerns because no one wants to disrupt momentum. This phenomenon, sometimes called groupthink, appears in outdoor settings as well as other environments. Solo hiking removes many of these social variables. Decision-making becomes immediate. Pace reflects personal comfort rather than group negotiation. Many hikers value that independence. It allows spontaneous route adjustments, longer observation stops, or faster movement when conditions permit. Independence, however, comes with increased responsibility. Solo hikers must manage navigation, safety, morale, and logistics alone. There is no immediate backup if equipment fails or minor injuries occur. Preparation, therefore, tends to be more conservative among experienced solo hikers. Psychological responses differ between solo and group contexts. Some individuals find solitude calming. Others initially experience heightened vigilance. Neither reaction indicates weakness or strength. It reflects personal comfort with isolation. Noise levels illustrate another difference. Groups naturally generate more sound through conversation and movement. That noise often alerts wildlife early and reduces surprise encounters. Solo hikers move more quietly, which increases the chance of unexpectedly close wildlife sightings. Navigation awareness sometimes improves when hiking alone, because there is no assumption someone else is paying attention. Solo hikers often check maps more frequently and monitor trail markers more carefully. Groups occasionally assume another member is handling navigation, leading to missed turns. Fatigue management also changes. Groups provide external feedback. Someone notices if another member looks tired or dehydrated. Solo hikers rely on internal cues, which may be less obvious under stress or excitement. Experience strengthens that self-awareness over time. Emergency response capability differs significantly. In a group, one person can seek help while another stays with an injured member. Solo hikers depend more heavily on communication devices, self-rescue skills, and conservative decision thresholds. Technology use patterns reflect this difference. Solo hikers often carry satellite communicators or personal locator beacons more consistently. Groups may share such devices, though redundancy remains advisable. Environmental observation sometimes deepens during solo travel. Without conversation, sensory awareness increases. Sounds, terrain details, and weather cues become more noticeable. Many hikers describe this heightened observation as one of solo hiking's rewards. Risk tolerance tends to shift with experience. Novice solo hikers often choose well-marked trails and shorter distances. Confidence grows gradually. Experienced solo hikers still practice caution, though they may venture into more remote areas with appropriate preparation. Group size influences dynamics too. Small groups of 2 or 3 often balance companionship with flexibility. Larger groups require more coordination but offer greater resource diversity. Each size range brings different logistical considerations. Leadership roles emerge naturally in many groups. Someone with navigation expertise, first aid training, or prior experience often guides decisions. Effective leaders encourage input rather than imposing unilateral choices. Cultural factors shape attitudes towards solo travel. Some communities emphasize group recreation. Others value individual exploration. Outdoor culture in the Appalachians includes both traditions. Training programs address group dynamics explicitly. Outdoor leadership courses teach communication strategies, conflict resolution, and shared decision-making. These skills improve safety and enjoyment. Historical accounts of Appalachian travel include both solo explorers and group expeditions. Long-distance hiking culture often blends both, with individuals starting alone and forming temporary groups along trails. Social media influences perceptions as well. Solo hiking narratives sometimes emphasize independence. Group hiking posts highlight camaraderie. Both representations attract newcomers depending on personality and goals. Safety statistics show mixed patterns. Many incidents involve solo hikers simply because solo travel is common. Group incidents occur too, often related to separation or communication breakdown rather than inherent group risk. Environmental ethics apply equally. Groups must manage larger impact footprints. Solo hikers must remain mindful of cumulative effects over time. Time management shifts between contexts. Groups coordinate schedules collectively. Solo hikers adapt schedules freely, but must ensure communication plans reflect changes. Emotional resilience develops through both experiences. Groups provide shared coping mechanisms. Solo travel fosters internal coping skills. Many hikers alternate between both styles over time. Search and rescue planning considers group versus solo status. Missing solo hikers trigger different predictive models than missing groups. Equipment lists, pace assumptions, and likely behavior patterns inform search strategy. Skill development pathways differ. Group settings facilitate mentorship. Solo settings accelerate self-reliance. Balanced exposure supports comprehensive outdoor competence. Equipment selection reflects these dynamics. Solo hikers often carry slightly more redundancy. Groups distribute weight strategically while maintaining essential backups. Environmental awareness sometimes deepens in groups through shared observation. Someone notices wildlife, another missed. Collective perception broadens experience. Noise discipline becomes relevant in sensitive wildlife areas. Groups adjust conversation volume accordingly. Solo hikers naturally produce less disturbance. Psychological safety nets differ. Groups provide immediate reassurance during uncertainty. Solo hikers develop internal reassurance strategies, often through training and experience. Personal growth narratives frequently cite both solo and group experiences. Each context teaches different lessons about patience, adaptability, and self-awareness. And as these social dynamics settle into focus, attention gradually moves toward another factor that shapes backcountry experience significantly: the transition from daylight to darkness. Nightfall alters perception, navigation, and emotional response in ways that are subtle at first but increasingly important as visibility fades. When people spend time in the Appalachian backcountry regularly, experience accumulates in quiet ways. Trails become familiar, gear selection becomes more efficient, weather patterns start to feel predictable, navigation improves. These developments are positive. Experience genuinely increases competence and confidence. Yet there is a subtle balance that outdoor communities talk about often, a line between earned confidence and overconfidence. That line is not always obvious, and it tends to shift gradually rather than suddenly. Experience builds pattern recognition first. Hikers learn how terrain typically behaves after rain, how long certain distances take, how their body responds to elevation changes, and how to interpret weather forecasts more realistically. These insights reduce unnecessary stress. Someone who has handled fog, minor navigation corrections, or variable temperatures before usually remains calmer when they happen again. Calm decision-making supports safety. Panic rarely helps in wilderness settings. Experience often brings patience, encouraging hikers to pause, reassess, and adjust rather than reacting quickly. Many search and rescue professionals note that experienced hikers frequently stabilize situations effectively before assistance becomes necessary. However, familiarity can also reduce vigilance. Tasks that once required careful attention become routine. Checking a map every hour might shift to every few hours. Weather forecasts might receive only a quick glance rather than detailed review. Gear inspections become faster. Most of the time, nothing negative results. Occasionally, conditions differ enough that these shortcuts matter. One example involves route familiarity. Hikers returning to trails they have completed multiple times sometimes assume conditions remain unchanged. Yet erosion, fallen trees, trail reroutes, or seasonal growth alter landscapes continuously. Relying on memory alone occasionally leads to missed turns or underestimated travel times. Weather interpretation presents another area where experience helps but can mislead. Someone accustomed to mild summer conditions may underestimate how quickly autumn temperatures drop. Conversely, a hiker experienced in cooler climates might overlook humidity effects during southern Appalachian summers. Physical fitness also intersects with confidence. Regular hikers develop endurance and strength, which improve safety margins. At the same time, feeling physically capable sometimes encourages pushing distances or pace beyond conservative limits. Fatigue accumulates gradually, and overexertion affects judgment before it becomes obvious. Equipment familiarity contributes to both safety and potential complacency. Knowing how to use gear efficiently saves time, Yet assuming equipment will always function perfectly can delay maintenance checks. Batteries degrade, waterproof seals wear, fabrics tear. Routine inspection prevents small failures from becoming larger problems. Navigation technology illustrates this balance clearly. Experienced hikers often carry GPS devices or mapping apps and know how to use them well. Confidence in those tools is justified. Still, technology has limits. Battery depletion, signal interference, or software glitches occur occasionally. Maintaining traditional navigation skills alongside digital ones preserves redundancy. Group dynamics influence confidence as well. Experienced individuals sometimes take informal leadership roles. Their knowledge benefits the group, yet it can also discourage others from raising concerns. Encouraging shared input keeps decision-making balanced. Solo hikers face a slightly different version of the same balance. Self-reliance grows with experience. That independence feels rewarding. Yet without external feedback, it becomes easier to overlook early signs of fatigue, dehydration, or navigation drift. Experienced solo hikers often adopt structured self-check routines precisely to counter this. Risk perception evolves over time. Early hiking experiences may involve cautious decision-making. With repeated success, perceived risk decreases. That perception shift is natural, but objective risk does not always change proportionally. Awareness of this psychological effect helps maintain realistic assessment. Training programs address overconfidence directly. Wilderness leadership courses emphasize humility as a skill. They present scenarios where experienced individuals encounter unexpected conditions. The goal is not to reduce confidence, but to keep it adaptable. Historical incident analyses sometimes highlight overconfidence as a contributing factor. Not recklessness, but subtle assumptions. Weather will remain stable. A shortcut will save time. Fatigue will remain manageable. Learning from these analyses informs community safety culture. Outdoor communities often promote the idea of beginner's mind, maintaining curiosity and attentiveness regardless of experience level. This mindset encourages continuous observation rather than relying solely on past knowledge. Environmental variability reinforces this approach. The Appalachian backcountry changes seasonally and annually. Climate trends shift. Trail maintenance evolves. Wildlife patterns fluctuate. No two trips replicate exactly, even on the same route. Psychological comfort sometimes masks emerging issues. A hiker accustomed to long distances may overlook mild joint pain that signals potential injury. Someone used to solo travel might ignore growing anxiety that affects concentration. Regular self-assessment helps identify such signals early. Time pressure interacts with confidence. Experienced hikers often estimate travel times accurately, yet unexpected delays still occur. Building buffer time into schedules reduces pressure to rush when plans shift. Communication habits reflect this balance too. Leaving detailed trip plans remains advisable regardless of experience. Some seasoned hikers skip this step occasionally because previous trips went smoothly. Consistent communication supports faster assistance if needed. Weather preparedness illustrates a practical example. Carrying rain gear on clear days may feel unnecessary after many uneventful outings, yet Appalachian weather variability makes that gear consistently valuable. Foot care provides another example. Experienced hikers may tolerate minor discomfort longer, assuming it will resolve. Addressing hot spots or blisters early prevents gait changes that increase fatigue and injury risk. Hydration practices sometimes change with experience. Individuals confident in their endurance may drink less frequently. relying on perceived resilience. Regular hydration remains important regardless of fitness level. Decision-making frameworks help maintain balance. Some hikers use simple checklists: weather check, navigation check, hydration check, time check. These routines reduce reliance on memory alone. Peer discussion within hiking communities reinforces awareness. Stories of near misses, gear failures, or unexpected conditions circulate informally. These narratives remind experienced hikers that unpredictability remains part of wilderness travel. Cultural humility extends beyond individuals. Outdoor organizations continuously update guidelines based on new data. Accepting evolving recommendations reflects collective learning. Technological advancement sometimes contributes to overconfidence. Improved gear creates perception of reduced risk. While modern equipment enhances safety, it does not eliminate environmental variability. Education initiatives emphasize this nuance. Marketing materials increasingly highlight preparation alongside adventure imagery. Balanced messaging supports realistic expectations. Environmental ethics connect indirectly. Respecting terrain, weather, and wildlife reflects acknowledgement that humans are visitors rather than controllers of these environments. Search and rescue professionals often stress that most incidents involve capable individuals. Experience alone does not guarantee immunity from difficulty. Continuous attentiveness remains essential. Mentorship relationships help newer hikers learn, while reminding experienced hikers of foundational practices. Teaching reinforces awareness of basics sometimes taken for granted. Personal reflection after trips supports learning. Reviewing what went smoothly and what required adjustment maintains growth without self-criticism. Psychological resilience benefits from this balanced perspective. Confidence supports calm action. Humility supports careful observation. Together they create effective wilderness competence. As this balance between experience and caution becomes clearer, attention naturally shifts toward another factor that influences backcountry perception significantly: darkness. Nightfall changes visual cues, sound perception, and emotional response, shaping how hikers navigate and experience the Appalachian wilderness after sunset. As daylight fades in the Appalachian backcountry, the transition is rarely abrupt, yet it can feel surprisingly quick. Forest canopy filters sunlight throughout the day, so shadows lengthen earlier than they would in open terrain. Colours soften first, then contrast decreases, and eventually details that seemed obvious a short while ago begin blending into the surroundings. Many hikers plan carefully to reach campsites or trailheads before this shift, yet delays happen. Weather changes, longer than expected distances, or simple curiosity about a scenic overlook sometimes push travel into dusk. Darkness itself is not inherently dangerous, but it changes perception significantly. Human vision relies heavily on colour and contrast during daylight. At night, vision shifts toward motion detection and broad shapes rather than fine detail. Routes across trails, loose rocks, and uneven ground become harder to distinguish. Headlamps and flashlights restore visibility, yet they create a narrower field of vision compared with daylight. Peripheral awareness decreases, which affects balance and orientation subtly. Depth perception also shifts after sunset. Without strong shadows and clear colour differentiation, judging distances becomes more difficult. A small drop may appear larger, or a gradual slope may look flat. Experienced hikers compensate by slowing pace and using trekking poles or careful foot placement. Rushing under artificial light increases the chance of minor falls or missteps. sound perception often changes in noticeable ways. As human activity decreases, natural sounds stand out more clearly. Wind through leaves, insects, distant animals, or flowing water may seem louder simply because competing noise is reduced. For individuals unused to nighttime wilderness sounds, this can feel unfamiliar at first. Over time, many hikers learn to distinguish normal environmental sounds from unusual ones. Temperature frequently drops after sunset, sometimes more quickly than expected in mountainous terrain. Appalachian humidity can amplify that cooling effect. Clothing damp from earlier exertion accelerates heat loss. Adjusting layers before feeling chilled helps maintain comfort. Waiting until cold sets in makes warming up slower and more energy intensive. Fog sometimes develops during evening temperature changes. Warm air cooling over ridges or valleys condenses into mist, reducing visibility further. Headlamp beams reflect off moisture particles, occasionally creating a bright halo effect that reduces forward visibility. In such conditions, navigation often benefits from slower pace and reliance on compass or GPS rather than distant visual cues. Campsite selection becomes more deliberate at night. Flat ground, protection from wind, and safe distance from watercourses remain priorities. Darkness makes terrain assessment harder, so arriving before full darkness allows better evaluation. When that is not possible, experienced hikers use systematic approaches, scanning ground with light, checking overhead branches, and listening for water flow. Psychological responses to darkness vary widely. Some people find nighttime wilderness calming. Reduced visual stimuli encourage rest. Others initially feel heightened vigilance due to unfamiliar surroundings. Both responses are normal. Familiarity generally reduces unease over time. Navigation at night requires additional attention. Trail markers may reflect light if designed for that purpose, but not all trails include reflective markers. Map checks become more frequent. GPS devices provide reassurance, though battery conservation remains important. Headlamp management influences comfort. Adjustable brightness settings conserve power. Red light modes preserve night vision better than bright white light. Carrying spare batteries remains standard practice. Group travel at night introduces coordination considerations. Maintaining visual contact helps prevent separation. Verbal check-ins ensure everyone remains comfortable with pace and direction. Slower collective pace often proves safer than individuals moving independently. Solo hikers often adopt conservative strategies, stopping earlier, selecting well-known campsites, or avoiding unfamiliar routes after dark reduces uncertainty. Experience shapes how much nighttime travel feels manageable. Wildlife activity sometimes increases at night. Many animals are naturally nocturnal. Most encounters remain distant and uneventful, making gentle noise while moving signals human presence and reduces surprise encounters. Cooking practices adapt to darkness too. Headlamp placement affects visibility of stoves and food preparation. Maintaining clear workspace reduces accident risk. Storing food securely remains important regardless of time. Weather forecasting gains importance in evening planning. Overnight storms, temperature drops, or fog formation influence shelter decisions. Checking updated forecasts when possible supports preparation. Sleep quality influences next day performance. Comfortable shelter, dry clothing, and adequate insulation contribute significantly. Poor sleep affects balance, navigation awareness, and mood the following day. Emergency scenarios sometimes involve unexpected overnight stays. basic shelter, hydration and warmth priorities remain the same whether planned or unplanned. Psychological calm supports effective problem solving. Star visibility varies across the Appalachian region. Remote areas with low light pollution offer clear night skies. Observing stars can assist orientation when known constellations are visible, though this requires training. Moonlight influences nighttime navigation. Full moons provide substantial illumination. New moon phases create darker conditions. Planning around lunar cycles occasionally factors into extended trips. Environmental ethics apply at night as well, minimizing artificial light impact on wildlife, managing noise levels and maintaining campsite cleanliness support ecosystem balance. Technology assists nighttime safety. Reflective gear, advanced headlamps, GPS navigation, and emergency beacons all improve situational awareness. Proper use remains essential. Fatigue management becomes particularly relevant after dark. Reduced visibility increases cognitive load. Regular hydration, nutrition, and rest help maintain focus. Temperature layering strategies often include a dedicated sleep layer kept dry during the day. Changing into that layer at camp improves warmth and comfort. Condensation management inside shelters affects comfort. Ventilation reduces moisture buildup, though it must balance with temperature control. Historical accounts of wilderness travel frequently emphasize nighttime caution. Earlier travelers relied heavily on daylight due to limited artificial lighting. Modern equipment extends capability, but does not eliminate environmental variability. Community advice often includes simple guidelines: carry extra light, plan conservative schedules, and respect changing conditions. These principles remain consistent across experience levels. Training programs sometimes include night navigation exercises. Practicing under controlled conditions builds familiarity and reduces anxiety during actual trips. Emergency signaling at night benefits from light visibility. Flashing headlamps, reflective materials, or controlled fires where permitted increase detectability. Psychological resilience grows with experience. Initial unfamiliarity with darkness often transitions into comfort as patterns become recognizable. Noise discipline near campsites respects other hikers seeking rest. Sound carries differently at night, so quieter conversation supports shared comfort. Weather sounds at night sometimes appear amplified. Rain on shelter fabric, wind through trees, or distant thunder may seem louder without daytime distractions. Personal reflection often deepens at night. Reduced visual input encourages internal focus. Many hikers describe evening camp time as mentally restorative. Decision-making frameworks adjust accordingly. Avoid unnecessary travel after dark, prioritize shelter, maintain hydration, and monitor temperature. As night settles into the broader experience of backcountry travel, another important theme begins to emerge. While many incidents involve unexpected challenges, numerous hikers also return safely after difficult situations, often carrying insights that shape future preparation. Those lessons from people who have come back provide practical perspective on navigating uncertainty in the Appalachian wilderness. When hikers return from difficult experiences in the Appalachian backcountry, their stories often sound less dramatic than people expect. Many describe situations that began with something ordinary: a missed trail marker, unexpected weather, fatigue that built gradually, or simple overestimation of how much ground they could cover before dark. What stands out in their reflections is not fear or heroics, but the quiet lessons they carry afterward. Those lessons tend to be practical, consistent, and shaped by first-hand experience rather than theory. One of the most common insights involves pacing. Many hikers who encountered trouble say they started too quickly. Early enthusiasm, cool morning air, or excitement about reaching a destination sometimes encouraged faster movement than sustainable. As fatigue accumulated, decision-making slowed. Navigation checks became less frequent. Several survivors later described deliberately slowing their starting pace on future trips, even when conditions seemed favourable. Hydration habits also appear repeatedly in these accounts. Some hikers realised they drank less than needed because thirst signals lag behind exertion. Others rationed water too conservatively early in a hike, only to find that dehydration affected their clarity later. Regular small sips, rather than waiting for strong thirst, became a consistent adjustment afterward. Navigation awareness surfaces as another recurring theme. People often describe how easy it felt to assume they were still on the correct path simply because the terrain looked familiar. After getting temporarily lost, many adopted habits such as checking maps at regular intervals, confirming trail markers actively, and noting distinctive landmarks consciously rather than passively. Weather interpretation frequently changes after challenging experiences. Hikers who encountered sudden fog, rain, or temperature drops often report paying closer attention to subtle environmental cues later. Cloud movement, wind shifts, humidity levels, and temperature changes become part of ongoing observation rather than background information. Equipment choices evolve as well. Survivors often refine gear lists based on what proved useful and what did not. Extra light sources, improved waterproof storage, more effective layering systems, and compact emergency shelters commonly move from optional to standard items. The goal rarely becomes carrying more gear indiscriminately, but carrying the right gear consistently. Foot care appears surprisingly often in returned hikers' reflections. Small blisters or sore joints that seemed minor early sometimes affected mobility significantly later. Many hikers begin carrying foot care kits routinely after such experiences, addressing issues early rather than waiting. Communication planning also changes. Leaving detailed itineraries with friends or family becomes a consistent habit. Some hikers establish scheduled check-in times using satellite communicators. Others simply provide more precise route descriptions than before. Psychological preparedness receives attention too. Several hikers describe initial anxiety when plans changed unexpectedly, followed by gradual calm once they focused on manageable tasks, hydration, shelter setup, navigation reassessment. That shift often becomes a deliberate strategy on future trips. Fatigue management stands out strongly. Survivors frequently mention underestimating cumulative fatigue. They learn to schedule breaks earlier, eat more regularly, and accept turning back as a practical decision rather than a disappointment. Sleep quality emerges as another factor. Unexpected overnight stays taught some hikers how much rest influences next-day decision-making. Ensuring adequate insulation, dry clothing, and sheltered sleeping locations became higher priorities. Solo hikers often emphasize redundancy. Carrying backup navigation tools, spare batteries, and emergency signaling devices becomes routine after experiencing how quickly small issues compound without immediate assistance. Group hikers, on the other hand, frequently discuss communication improvements. Clear pacing agreements, regular regrouping, and open discussion of comfort levels help prevent separation or unspoken concerns. Technology usage habits shift as well. Some hikers who relied heavily on digital maps without backups begin carrying physical maps. Others improve battery management strategies such as using airplane mode or limiting screen brightness. Environmental awareness deepens after close calls. Hikers report noticing terrain features more consciously. recognizing how ridgelines guide weather patterns, or understanding how vegetation density affects navigation. Time management becomes more conservative. Building buffer time into schedules reduces pressure to rush. Several hikers note that rushing contributed more to their difficulties than any external factor. Emergency signaling knowledge often improves. Learning how to use whistles, reflective materials, or locator beacons effectively increases confidence. Practicing these techniques beforehand prevents hesitation later. Nutrition planning receives adjustment too. Energy-dense foods that are easy to access during movement help maintain consistent energy. Survivors often shift from large infrequent meals to smaller frequent intake. Clothing systems evolve based on experience. Quick-drying materials, better rain protection, and accessible layering options become priorities after exposure-related discomfort. Mental framing of wilderness changes subtly. Many survivors describe increased respect for environmental variability without developing fear. Awareness replaces assumption. Training interest often increases. Some hikers pursue wilderness first aid courses, navigation workshops, or weather interpretation training after experiencing unexpected challenges. Community engagement grows as well. Survivors frequently share experiences with hiking groups, online forums, or friends planning trips. This knowledge exchange supports collective learning. Environmental ethics sometimes strengthen. Direct exposure to fragile ecosystems encourages careful campsite selection, waste management, and trail preservation. Confidence returns, but in a more measured form. Survivors often continue hiking actively. Their confidence becomes grounded in experience rather than expectation. Search and rescue interactions occasionally leave lasting impressions. Individuals who required assistance often express strong appreciation for responders and increased commitment to preparedness. Risk perception adjusts realistically. Survivors tend to recognize both the rewards and the responsibilities of wilderness travel more clearly. Gear testing before trips becomes more common. Practicing shelter setup, water purification, or navigation tools at home or on short outings reduces uncertainty during longer trips. Weather contingency planning improves. Backup routes, alternate campsites, and flexible scheduling become standard considerations. Psychological coping strategies develop. Techniques such as controlled breathing, structured problem solving, and focusing on immediate needs help maintain calm. Observation skills sharpen. Survivors often describe noticing environmental changes earlier on subsequent trips. Documentation habits shift. Keeping journals, recording routes, or photographing trail markers provides reference material. Family communication sometimes increases. Loved ones appreciate clearer plans, and hikers recognize the reassurance it provides. Community safety culture benefits from these shared lessons. Informal mentorship, storytelling, and educational outreach spread practical knowledge. Technology design also evolves partly from user feedback after incidents. Improved battery efficiency, lighter emergency beacons, and better mapping interfaces reflect real-world needs. Ultimately, the consistent message from those who returned safely after difficult situations is not dramatic. It centers on preparation, awareness, flexibility, and humility. Wilderness travel remains rewarding precisely because it encourages attentiveness rather than certainty. And as these lessons settle into the broader picture, attention naturally shifts toward how preparation can coexist with enjoyment rather than replacing it. Respecting the wilderness does not mean avoiding it. It means engaging thoughtfully, which leads into considering how hikers balance readiness with appreciation when returning to the Appalachian backcountry. When people think about preparation for the Appalachian backcountry, there is sometimes an assumption that careful planning means expecting danger. In practice, preparation tends to do the opposite. It reduces uncertainty, builds confidence, and allows hikers to enjoy the environment without constant worry. Respecting the wilderness does not mean treating it as hostile. It means understanding that natural environments operate independently of human schedules, expectations, or convenience. Once that understanding settles in, preparation becomes a practical habit rather than a reaction to fear. Respect begins with awareness of scale. The Appalachian Mountains stretch across a vast portion of eastern North America. Even heavily visited areas include remote pockets where assistance takes time to arrive. Recognizing that scale encourages realistic planning, carrying sufficient supplies, leaving clear itineraries, and monitoring conditions before departure. None of these actions diminish enjoyment. They create space for it. Weather awareness illustrates this balance well. Checking forecasts before a trip rarely leads to cancellation unless conditions truly warrant it. More often, it informs clothing choices, route adjustments, or timing decisions. Knowing that rain is likely encourages packing proper gear rather than worrying about getting caught unprepared. Terrain familiarity works similarly. Learning how elevation changes affect pacing, how vegetation density influences navigation, and how water sources vary seasonally helps hikers set realistic expectations. Expectations aligned with reality reduce stress significantly. Environmental ethics also reflect respect without fear. Leave no trace principles emphasize minimizing impact rather than avoiding nature. Packing out waste, selecting durable campsites, respecting wildlife distance, and preserving vegetation allow continued access for everyone while protecting ecosystems. Wildlife awareness fits naturally into this framework. Understanding animal behavior reduces unnecessary anxiety. Proper food storage, respectful distance, and avoidance of feeding maintain safe coexistence. Most wildlife encounters remain uneventful precisely because these practices are widely followed. Preparation habits often become routine through repetition. Packing rain gear, checking batteries, reviewing maps, and confirming emergency contacts eventually feel automatic. Routine reduces mental effort, allowing attention to shift towards scenery, conversation, or simple observation. Mental framing influences how preparation feels. Viewing gear checks as enabling freedom rather than preventing risk changes the experience. Many experienced hikers describe preparation as part of anticipation rather than obligation. Community culture reinforces this perspective. Hiking groups, outdoor clubs, and trail associations share knowledge openly. Advice circulates about gear choices, seasonal conditions, and safety practices. This collective learning environment supports newcomers without creating alarm. Education programs emphasize competence over caution alone. Navigation training, wilderness first aid, weather interpretation, and environmental stewardship courses build skills that increase comfort rather than restrict exploration. Technology contributes positively when used thoughtfully. GPS devices, satellite communicators, and weather apps enhance awareness. Balanced reliance, using technology as support rather than sole solution, maintains resilience. Flexibility stands out as a central principle. Plans sometimes change due to weather, trail conditions, or personal energy levels. Accepting adjustments as normal rather than disappointing reduces pressure. Time management supports this flexibility. Building buffer time into itineraries allows scenic pauses, rest breaks, or route changes without urgency. Rush schedules often generate more stress than environmental factors themselves. Physical conditioning also influences perception. Regular exercise prepares the body for terrain demands. Fitness reduces fatigue, which in turn supports clearer thinking and greater enjoyment. Clothing systems exemplify practical preparation. Layering allows adaptation to temperature and humidity changes. Quick adjustments prevent discomfort before it escalates. Hydration and nutrition habits contribute similarly. Consistent intake maintains energy and mood stability. Hunger and dehydration often influence emotional response more than environmental conditions. Solo and group travel each require slightly different preparation approaches. Solo hikers emphasize redundancy and communication. Groups focus on coordination and shared responsibility. Both approaches support safe, enjoyable experiences. Environmental observation skills deepen appreciation. Recognizing plant species, animal tracks, geological features, or weather patterns adds layers of interest beyond physical movement. Cultural history enriches understanding too. The Appalachians include indigenous heritage, early settlement history, and conservation milestones. Awareness of these elements fosters respect beyond physical landscape. Seasonal variation provides recurring opportunities. Spring wildflowers, summer canopy shade, autumn foliage, and winter quiet each offer distinct experiences. Preparation adjusts accordingly without limiting access. Psychological comfort grows with familiarity. Initial uncertainty often gives way to calm attentiveness after repeated exposure. Confidence rooted in knowledge tends to remain stable. Storytelling within hiking communities reinforces balanced perspectives. Accounts of beautiful vistas sit alongside practical discussions of preparation. Neither dominates exclusively. Search and rescue professionals often emphasize prevention over response. Simple habits, trip plans, appropriate gear, weather checks consistently reduce incident rates. Environmental conservation efforts depend partly on responsible recreation. Hikers who respect ecosystems support long-term preservation through advocacy and behavior. Economic benefits for local communities also tie into respectful recreation. Sustainable tourism supports small towns near trailheads while maintaining ecological balance. Technology development increasingly reflects outdoor needs. Lightweight gear, improved weather forecasting, and efficient communication tools all support safe access. Media portrayal of wilderness sometimes emphasizes extremes. Real-world experience usually reveals a more balanced picture. Beauty, variability, and manageable challenges. Personal reflection often deepens through respectful engagement. Many hikers describe increased patience, attentiveness, and appreciation for natural rhythms. Family traditions sometimes form around hiking. Shared preparation and exploration foster intergenerational learning. Educational institutions use the Appalachians as living classrooms for ecology, geology, and environmental science. Responsible recreation supports these opportunities. Environmental policy discussions often include recreational voices. Hikers contribute perspectives on conservation, access, and sustainable use. Climate awareness grows through direct observation. Seasonal changes, weather variability, and ecosystem responses become more tangible. Psychological benefits of outdoor time continue receiving research attention. Stress reduction, improved mood, and cognitive restoration remain consistent findings. Preparation culture adapts as knowledge evolves. New data about gear, Weather patterns and environmental conditions inform updated practices. Humility remains a consistent theme. Respecting the wilderness acknowledges both its beauty and its independence from human control. Enjoyment and respect reinforce each other. Understanding environments often increases appreciation rather than diminishing it. And as this balance between preparation and enjoyment settles into perspective, attention naturally moves toward a broader reflection on the mountains themselves, the enduring appeal they hold, and the quiet reasons people continue returning, while carrying both curiosity and respect into each journey. As all these threads come together, the terrain, the weather, the psychology of isolation, the role of preparation, the evolving technology, and the lived experiences of hikers who have walked these trails for decades, a broader picture of the Appalachian backcountry starts to settle in. It is not a place defined by danger, and it is not a place defined by safety either. It is simply a vast natural environment that continues existing according to its own patterns, its own cycles, and its own quiet rhythms, regardless of who passes through. The Appalachian Mountains themselves have stood through immense spans of time. Long before hiking trails, long before maps, long before recorded history, these ridges and valleys were shaped by geological forces that continue working today, though slowly. Erosion rounds the peaks further. Streams adjust their courses. Forests shift species composition gradually. From a human perspective, the landscape looks stable. From a geological perspective, it is always changing. That long continuity partly explains why people keep returning. The mountains offer something steady in a world that often feels fast-moving and constantly shifting. Trails remain accessible. Forest sounds remain familiar. Seasonal cycles repeat with dependable variation. This sense of continuity does not eliminate uncertainty, but it provides context for it. Mystery in this setting usually does not mean something supernatural or unexplainable. More often it reflects incomplete information, a missed turn, a sudden weather shift, a timeline that becomes unclear, environmental factors that erase evidence. These are ordinary processes operating together rather than isolated dramatic events. Understanding that helps place stories about missing hikers into perspective without dismissing their seriousness. Search and rescue professionals often emphasize this point quietly. Most cases resolve through methodical work, careful coordination, and patience rather than sudden breakthroughs. Families wait, teams search, data accumulates, outcomes vary, but the process itself remains grounded in practical steps rather than speculation. For hikers themselves, this perspective encourages balanced preparation. Carrying appropriate gear, informing others of plans, monitoring weather, and maintaining navigation awareness become standard habits rather than exceptional precautions. These habits reduce uncertainty enough that the experience remains enjoyable rather than stressful. Technology continues reshaping how people approach wilderness travel. GPS accuracy improves. Satellite communication becomes more affordable. Mapping data updates faster. Yet even with advanced tools, the underlying environment stays the same. Trees still block signals occasionally. Weather still shifts unpredictably. Batteries still drain. Skills complement technology rather than becoming obsolete. Physical preparedness plays a similar role. Fitness improves endurance and reduces fatigue-related mistakes. Still, fitness alone does not prevent navigation errors or sudden weather exposure. Balanced preparation integrates physical conditioning with environmental awareness and decision-making habits. Psychological readiness matters just as much. Comfort with solitude, patience under uncertainty, and willingness to adjust plans support positive outcomes. Many experienced hikers describe this mindset as calm attentiveness rather than confidence alone. Community culture reinforces these attitudes. Hiking forums, trail associations, outdoor clubs, and informal mentorship networks share knowledge continuously. Advice circulates about gear, routes, weather, wildlife, and safety practices. New hikers benefit from accumulated experience. Experienced hikers remain engaged by contributing. Stories continue circulating too. Some involve beautiful viewpoints, wildlife sightings, or personal milestones. Others involve close calls or unexpected challenges. Together they create a realistic narrative about wilderness travel, neither idealized nor alarming. Local communities near Appalachian trails play a significant role in this ecosystem. Outfitters, hostels, small restaurants, shuttle services and gear shops support hikers while benefiting economically from outdoor recreation. This relationship encourages both access and conservation. Conservation efforts remain essential. Trail maintenance, habitat protection, invasive species management and sustainable tourism practices all help preserve the region. Volunteer labour forms a substantial portion of trail upkeep, reflecting widespread appreciation for these landscapes. Environmental education often grows from direct experience. Students studying ecology, geology, forestry or environmental science frequently conduct fieldwork in Appalachian areas. Observing ecosystems firsthand deepens understanding beyond textbooks. Cultural history layers onto natural history as well. Indigenous land stewardship, early settler communities, industrial development, conservation movements, and modern recreation all leave traces. Recognizing these layers adds context without overshadowing the natural environment. Seasonal change remains one of the most consistent Appalachian features. Spring wildflowers, summer canopy shade, autumn foliage, winter quiet. Each season reshapes trails slightly. Preparation adjusts accordingly, yet the core experience remains accessible. Weather variability continues as a defining characteristic. Humidity, fog, rainfall, temperature swings and wind patterns interact with terrain constantly. Awareness of these factors encourages adaptability rather than rigid planning. Wildlife presence contributes to ecological balance. Most encounters remain distant. Proper food storage, respectful observation distance and habitat preservation maintain coexistence without unnecessary conflict. Hydrology shapes much of the region's character. Streams, springs, rivers and wetlands support biodiversity while influencing trail placement and campsite selection. Water management practices among hikers support both safety and environmental protection. Group dynamics and solo experiences both remain central to hiking culture. Some people seek shared journeys, others prefer quiet independence. Many alternate between both approaches over time. Experience continues shaping judgment. Confidence grows gradually. Humility remains valuable. Continuous learning keeps outdoor skills sharp. Search and rescue organizations refine methods constantly. Training evolves. Technology integrates carefully. Prevention education expands. Their work supports safe access without limiting exploration. Families and friends of hikers also contribute indirectly. Trip planning communication, shared preparation discussions and post-trip storytelling reinforce awareness. Mental health research increasingly highlights benefits of outdoor time. Reduced stress markers, improved mood stability, enhanced attention, and better sleep quality appear consistently in studies. These findings align with many hikers' personal reports. Photography, writing, and art inspired by the Appalachians extend influence beyond those who hike directly. Visual documentation, narratives, and creative expression bring these landscapes into broader cultural awareness. Policy discussions about land use, conservation funding, and recreational access often include voices from hiking communities. Balanced perspectives help sustain both ecological health and public enjoyment. Technological innovation will likely continue. Lighter gear, improved forecasting models, advanced communication devices, and refined mapping tools are already emerging. Their integration will shape future hiking experiences, yet some elements remain unchanged. Trails still require attention underfoot, weather still deserves respect, navigation still benefits from awareness, preparation still supports enjoyment rather than restricting it. The Appalachian backcountry does not promise certainty, but it does offer continuity. Forests, ridges, valleys, streams, and seasonal cycles provide a setting where human experience intersects with long-term natural processes. People will continue walking these trails for many reasons: exercise, reflection, curiosity, community, photography, science, or simple enjoyment of movement through landscape. Each reason fits within a larger pattern that has existed for generations. Understanding the realities behind occasional missing person cases adds context without overshadowing the broader experience. Preparation, communication, awareness, and humility consistently support safe outcomes. Quiet respect tends to replace fear once knowledge accumulates. Familiarity grows, skills develop, confidence stabilizes, and so the mountains remain what they have always been: extensive, beautiful, occasionally challenging, and entirely indifferent to human expectations. Walking among them becomes less about conquering terrain and more about moving attentively through it, carrying preparation lightly, noticing details, adjusting when necessary, and gradually finding a rhythm that supports both safety and appreciation as each journey unfolds and continues forward.